2025 Dories.
Yeah.
I've got my.
Alright,
I've got.
it started. It should be, I think. It should have started.
I've got it on my phone here. It's currently
It's
no.
probably gonna take 10 seconds because that's how long the delay is when I stream.
It's there, yeah.
Ah, right.
Yeah,
Alright.
we're good.
Yes, here we go.
All
It's
good.
notified me.
Hey chat, just to check, everyone can hear us. I'm just checking everyone can hear us.
Why is it not doing? Oh, it's not starting up for me.
Oh, you guys not gonna let that
here we
go,
go.
are you?
Right, here we go.
Alright.
Yeah.
How many people are watching?
Yeah, we've got 10 people right now.
Oh,
W.
alright.
Oh, good.
So,
10 people.
I guess
19.
11 at the moment.
I guess we could wait a minute before starting for other people to come on.
Is that
let's
19 now?
Is there any
get
small chat we want to talk about before we
Talk
started
about the
then?
weird mushroom thing you guys have or something, I don't know.
Okay, so
You guys have a bunch of mushrooms.
right, I'll do it.
Dear.
Oh, yeah, any kind of that.
Yeah. Matt and Nick.
ASMR, am I right? Heard that, I was so
Crazy
surprised. I'm like,
coincidence.
there's no way in hell.
Dear me.
Oh my
You
god.
just heard it in the background like, no way!
Lord.
I was like, I have that too. Like, it's right beside my desk at all times.
Mine was as well.
I am
It's
like-
just there.
Yeah.
I am like trying so hard not to be so loud here because like I am in the echoist part of my room.
NRG for oh my god. I was about to cuss. Why are you spamming your I'm not the only one with the mushroom.
Yeah, I have the mushroom as well.
You guys
Yeah,
have a
we both-
mushroom problem.
we
You need to
both
stop
got it.
doing it, please. Alright.
Right, 23 people are watching.
That's the peak.
that's
I've only
what
got
we do.
20 people to watch these streams as like the peak, so that's already beaten my peak. So thanks
Yeah,
guys.
let's go.
Anyway,
nice.
I guess I'll start then.
Yeah.
There's no point
Alright.
delaying this. So hello,
Our
that's not how it
forums.
goes. Sorry. Hey all. This is NoFap. This is the fourth one. I'll give money to whoever can figure out what the name is actually a reference to.
Yeah, I love no tap.
Huh?
Let's go, guys. Yeah, money's on the line now. There we go.
Obviously,
Get your
wait.
theories.
yeah.
Yep.
If your theory is correct and you're the first one,
Mm-hmm.
you'll get a total of 0.5 pence. Anyway.
Damn.
So you're gonna break a penny in half just to,
Yeah, I've just realised that's
Yeah.
that's whatever. Anyway, so in today's stream, I've got some guests, some big SMG4 YouTuber guests, I guess. Macroma, you know, fellow theorist. Nick Games, I guess you're a reactor and also you make your
Machinist.
own. Yeah, machinist.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, that's accurate.
Magario is also a theorist, and I don't know, video essayist too, maybe, I don't know.
I don't know what I'm doing with my channel right now, but
Real quick,
Oh,
I would like to
You just call
say
me a ripoff.
I'm like washed out. So yeah, I'm like probably the biggest here, but I'm also washed out. Like I'm not as popular. Like for example, everyone in the chat is like, oh, it's Nick Rick. Yeah, Nick Rick is like the big guy here, basically.
Wait,
I'm like with them.
yeah.
I'm all
Okay,
kind
but
of
let's be
washed
real
out.
here. Let's be real here. I'm the biggest ripoff of SMG4 here. All right, you guys at least are like, you guys are at least unique. I'm over here like basically copying his formula. Okay, like,
That's all right.
I'm a mix of Hobo Bros and SMG4 if it was in one channel. Okay, let's
Yeah,
be real.
That's good. That's
Alright.
fine.
I'm not much
Yeah.
better. I just copied Sybil's. That's what I did.
Oh yeah, I remember that channel. I haven't seen that forever.
And then there's TNC, who's muted at the moment. He's also a reactor and a theorist, I guess. And anyway,
And Mr. Puzzles.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Oh,
Rick
yeah.
Animations, hello.
and
British.
voice
Yeah.
actor.
So, yes. And I'm probably the one that most of you no fans probably don't know who I am. I am the smallest of the group here.
They
He's
might
way
recognise.
second, but-
No, you're great, bro.
They'll probably
You're great.
recognise you though.
Yeah.
What your
Yeah.
voice?
Yeah, yeah,
Hello, Drake
Yeah.
4.
yeah.
We're all fantastic
Hey.
people here.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, this is the
Yeah.
most traffic my stream's ever gotten so far. You said you
Nice.
fell off, Macroma. I've been losing subscribers for some reason.
Have you?
Damn.
Have you?
Damn,
Like,
bro.
like a few.
Really?
Like,
Everyone in chat, dude, leave a
I-
sub. My goodness.
no, I'm not trying to
Yeah.
do pity party. I'm just pointing out, like, some reason I dipped under 15.6k, but now I'm back, I think. I guess
it's
people
just
didn't like.
1.5.
I guess people didn't like
Disgraceful.
the Guna stream. Oh well. Anyway.
Oh.
I wonder. Oh dear. Change. People are scared of change.
Anyway, did I right, so I introduced everyone here. So I've brought you all today.
Yes.
I've gathered you all here today because obviously New Year, and I recently did a stream where I ranked all the 2024 SMG4 videos, and today we're going to sort of basically talk about what we sort of hope will happen with in 2025 for SMG4, like, you know, our predictions, what we hope will happen, what direction they might go in, what improvements they could make, as well as, you know, theories, because I've got to include that into the title, if not people won't click on it. So I guess we'll just get started. Oh hey, Richard Animations. Anyway,
Oh
yeah.
Richard.
so I guess I'll start by saying, you know, like, the most obvious thing to talk about, like, immediately is what are they going to do with Mr. Puzzles in 2025.
One thing is for certain is that he is definitely coming back, because in the
Yes.
in Whatfee 2024 in the comment section, they legitimately said that he will. They're excited for the future for him this year, so it's very
I
obvious.
feel like-
and
Yeah.
so
Can I just
Yeah.
say one quick thing about Mr. Puzzles? If they do bring him back, I just want them to actually stick with the story that they had in mind originally.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say
Yeah.
that the Beam Factory was bad and all that, because I did have a lot of good moments with it,
Yeah.
and Watfee was still great in that Puzzle Park, the song.
yeah,
Right, that was amazing. But
Yeah,
I
that I
also
have-
have to say, Puzzle Vision, like the saga, was fantastic, but the ending of the movie fell so flat, and afterwards, it's like they wanted to switch the direction for how popular he
Yeah.
was. And
I think
I like
what-
it when you stick with a direction. I want them to do that.
Yeah.
Well,
the plot has been like very, very messy, and it's sort of like, I think it was ultimately because it's changed from Kevin writing the show in 2023 to like Aaron I think it's X and Medi who have been writing it in
Well,
2024. I think it's because that change of writers has completely fumbled everything.
the problem with
Yeah.
the whole Puzzle Vision thing that's been going on the entire year, like this 2024, because it's not 2024 anymore. I don't know why I said the entire. Basically, 2024 was the year of Mr. Puzzles. Like all the story arcs were about him, and the problem is they had a very clear vision for the Puzzle Vision saga, which is 2023 plus the Puzzle Vision arc, which ended with the movie. Like a very clear vision with him. Obviously, in the Puzzle Vision movie, they did a weird direction where, like, he's like, you know, this pathetic loser at the end, and I don't know. It's like he doesn't live up to
Yeah.
the sort of hype and how ominous he's presented in 2023. And so after that, I get the impression that he was not supposed to return because they had no clear direction for him in 2024 after that. Because they randomly just bring him back like 4 episodes later, and like it's, you know, quite a weird way, quite a rushed way. It's clear that he was very more popular than they expected him to be, and so they had to rush to bring him back. And you know, it's clear they had no direction for him, and that was not the plan to bring him back, because the Meme Factory arc is just so like different ideas cobbled together. It's like there's no way they went into 2024 like with the Meme Factory arc and the Watfee arc planned out already. Like those were made up as they went.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
So
100%.
there was-
Those were like 100%
Definitely.
improv. Like,
And-
I
Yeah.
will
Most
say, like,
certainly.
it feels like they actually had a direction, like 3 episodes before it was over. But then, like, if you like watch the beginning, like where like when Leggy was first introduced, like as like Maggie was gonna stay as Leggy, you could really tell that they were just winging it at that point. And then
Yep.
after like some popularity towards the character of the Despicable Me parody that they did, which that was a really good episode, but I still am just like, it just feels a little forced for some parts. because it feels like they're just trying to get Mr. Puzzles to have something more for his character so they can keep on using him.
Yes.
And
Oh,
I'm not for that when it was very clear that they had a different direction for the character that was a lot more dark.
Right,
And
so
I'm
the
sorry, that's what SMG4 needs right now.
So-
Is a new, like, Mr. Puzzles was supposed to be the big bad. Like, he's the whole
Yeah.
reason why they can't use Peach's Castle anymore. Peach is technically dead. It's like it's so much has changed in the SMG4 franchise because of that. Because of Mr. Puzzles, and I just feel like that the direction that they had was a lot more thought out, and then they
Yeah.
ended up switching it due to popularity and money. And like, I get it if like you want to sell, but also you need to remember sometimes a good story goes a long way.
Yes.
Right, so the thing with Mr. Puzzles, right? So in Puzzle Vision movie, they made the mistake of basically they immediately undermine the threat of him, like pretty early on in the movie when Mario defeats him, like in his first
Very.
encounter. And
Yeah.
so, and after that, he like when his like proper character is revealed, it's not the same as like how he acted at the end of Watford 2023. He's way more goofy, way more, he's not as cunning. He's, like and so with the direction they set themselves up mistakenly with in the Puzzle Vision movie, the meme for that arc is probably the logic, like how they like him as a character, not the plot of that, but like how they treated him as a character was probably the logical way to use him going forward, where he's like this cartoon villain, basically. I think that was the right direction to take them with, considering what they ended up doing with him in Puzzle Vision. Obviously,
Yes.
that direction was mistaken, but I kind of like what they did with him anyway. Even though like that isn't the direction they should have taken with him, I still think it's entertaining.
Weirdly, yeah.
But the thing is,
weirdly evened itself out.
so in 2025, what I think they should do is obviously, one, they need to keep this same sort of like character direction, consistent. They can't go back to him being like this really menacing threat, because one, that wouldn't work, because the mystique of his character is all gone now. He's not threatening. He's been defeated 3 times.
Yes.
So first and foremost, he cannot be the main antagonist of whatever story arc will be in 2025. I assume we all agree, right? He shouldn't be the main antagonist.
Yep, I agree with that.
I 100%
Yeah.
am on board with
I
that.
think it's time for the piece of cardboard to get that shown, but we'll talk about it later.
Like you've got to see this, right? We had the whole entire Watfy stuff, right? And we had the animated trailer. You know when the animated trailer released before the whole entire thing was out, right? The animated trailer looked amazing. Like, oh yeah, this dude he might actually redeem himself here. He might stop messing around. Puzzles might actually do something for once. But the way they did it, it was like the same with the Puzzle Vision movie. The ending was terrible, and he's just like the way they rushed everything and then made him look just I don't know how to describe it, like a coward basically. In the end, he's just like he has the power and everything in that moment with all the okay, I don't know if you can if you can bring up an image or something, but where he starts losing it at the machine and I don't know where it is, but yeah, some part in the Watfy movie. It's just
Oh, I get it. Yeah, no, it's the part where he says like you're ruining everything. Everything turns red in that.
Right
yeah,
there.
and all the
Right
and
there.
the subtitles go all shaky and staticky. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
like,
I know
like
what you're about.
they were hyping it up and everything, and then all of a sudden it's just
Yeah.
back down to yeah.
The weird thing
yeah.
about that scene is that I thought it was going to explain, they were going to somehow explain what the demonic goop was, because they used some of the same assets for it.
Exactly.
And not
saw
only
in
that-
Is
my
something like
And-
Princess Peach's Chasm is the most like.
Yeah,
I
and
want
they're
to
not-
know about that.
So basically, in the
I
scene
know.
where the carnival comes alive, you can see the goop with eyes, like the same asset being used, and then obviously the castle, like
Yeah.
this fake castle appears. But then also in the wrap, there's a transition used, which is where it's going through like a pit, and that pit is the
It's
pit.
like the same mouth thing.
Yeah.
It's the
And
same like kind of
so-
mouth thing. Yeah.
But it's just this asset reuse. It's not anything else. There are also other problem with the What the arc is, they don't explain his backstory any deeper than what they did in the Clubhouse episode, which is a big missed opportunity. I thought that was what they were going to do to make up for the Puzzle Vision arc, but no, this is very surface level.
Yeah, Mr. Puzzles is like the recurring villain that just keeps coming back, and just keeps coming back.
Yeah, the thing is,
He
though,
is
like,
that kind of guy.
I think, you see, the problem is, like, he could be a classic SMG3 replacement, and that's what he should become in 2025.
Yes.
But the way they handled it in 2024 is just, it was really confusing.
was
Like, there's
too
no
much.
direction. There was no direction after Puzzle
Nah.
Vision.
Nah, they just sort of went random bullshit go.
Yes.
Tell that that's basically what they did.
Can I just add a little thing about the Puzzle Vision movie?
Yeah.
The episode before made it so, like, even the website made it seem like Mario was gonna have an awesome big role, and we haven't seen that in a long time. It's never been like focused mainly on Mario like that. And it seemed like Mario, like, I wish the movie was different, because the way everything was set up, it seemed like Mario was going to be like the hero. Like, he was going to have to go through the channels and fix everything. He was going to have to discover all this because he's been the one messing Mr. Puzzle's plan. And he barely played a role in the movie. Like, if you took Mario out of the movie, it still, like, everything that happened still would have happened for the most part.
Yep.
And that's what I really hated, because on the website, Mario was breaking out of the TV. Like, they could have done like a real life thing, or they could have done something that just was better than what we got. And I don't know. I feel like it was just a lot of wasted potential, because it was gonna be, like, I think, a good character moment for Mario, but it kind of ruined it.
Yeah, all the build-up suggested he would have a much bigger role than it. I mean, he at the end for the final fight, he's completely he's forgotten
Mario
about.
wasn't even in the final.
Yeah, he wasn't even in it. And
he was not even in it.
You see, the thing is that movie was. I mean, obviously this live stream isn't about it, so we shouldn't talk about it too much. But like, that movie was such a disappointment. Like,
I know.
What was I going to say? My idea for what it might have been like was way more interesting. Basically, what I thought might happen in the movie was that, Mario would somehow gain sort of control over the world the same way Mr. Puzzle does. Because you can see him messing with the TV in the live stream. And so what I thought was gonna happen was that he was gonna be battling Mr. Puzzles across all the different channels, and all the characters would be in the different shows that were in the build-up episodes, as well as the previous movies. And so I was thinking, maybe like we'll revisit Western Spaghetti, and Maggie's trapped in there, and Mario has to save her, and like, I don't know, something more interesting.
Yeah, it could have been
and
like an actual good moment.
And
they
to
also
be
could have referenced the Super Mario Brothers Super Show. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and the reason I say that is because the live stream, obviously, and the thumbnail referenced the movies from the previous year. So I thought maybe those would play the events of those would play a bigger role in the film than they did. What was I going to say? Actually, I forgot what I was going to say. Okay, someone else talk.
Okay. So my idea of the Puzzle Vision arc is that I've had the idea where Mr. Puzzles gets his 5 stars like way earlier, is like even before the movie happens, so that like achievement that he's been striving for has a bigger effect because it goes on for longer, and like throughout the movie, like part of the SMG4 gang is like the main group is in the Puzzle Vision shows, while the other part of the gang is like trying to get everyone out, and meanwhile trying to like escape from like the entire city, which is being controlled by Mr. Puzzles, as we saw by the climax of the Puzzle Vision movie. And it's sort of like, of course, Mario would have a bigger role in like on both sides. And for like, I'm just gonna just like, there's a lot. I'm the guy who yaps a lot, so I'm just gonna go straight to like how it ended. It ends. It's like, it starts by them like going to the showgrounds and having to like fight like different like digital copies of themselves, going back to like the ending of Western Spaghetti, where a bunch of all the digital characters came into the real world and all corrupted and sort of like that, like a nice little reference to that. And sort of like, and then they'd barge into the castle, fight Mr. Puzzles for real, but then Mr. Puzzles would snap in a way and sort of like kick everyone out of the castle, leaving Mario left. And what Mario would do would that he would just quite literally punch the stars that Mr. Puzzle has on him. Just punch him and shatter them all and that's how he'd get defeated or something like that. To have just more of a epic like sort of feel to it because of all the build up from 2023.
More epic than just, oh no, he's giant now and we have to fight him.
Oh yeah, no, he comes like the giant version is like it's like a hologramic version.
But
Sort
you know,
of
if they
like
were going to do a
one of the
giant
real ones in
version
the
of
castle.
him,
Okay.
they should have gone
The-
Eldritch,
yeah.
like Photoshop Flary sort of direction. They should have just made
I
him
know.
big, and now they fight him, and he's big. Well, that feels like a way more fitting fight for SMG0 than Mr. Puzzles.
Yeah,
Like
I
that,
know.
if
It's
that
sort of like
was in Revelations, that would make way more sense.
I think, if they were to do an Eldritch Mr. Puzzles, I think they should have done that with the demonic goop. Because if anything's going to turn stuff Eldritch, it's going to be that goddamn goop. We've seen what it has done to SMG3.
At the very
Peach,
least,
and
they
what
could
was
have
probably gonna do with
explained what the
Becky.
hell it was. Like that's never.
Yeah.
It's not clear
I-
what that was.
Yeah, maybe that
I
happened in
want
2025.
answers for that so bad.
How did he
I
get
mean,
maybe-
there's a
that
couple
maybe
of
this
power?
year-
theories.
Yeah,
There's a couple of
What do
theories
you-
which
I mean-
explain what that. Oh
Hold
yeah,
up,
oh, you go.
what Megario?
Oh yeah, so there's a couple of theories which explain what that demonic goop is. It could either be what Jack said in the seventh day of Christmas about Mr. Puzzles having a deal with the devil, or it just being like something to protect light from entering the Peach's Castle Chasm, as said from the SMG4 video.
Well, I mean, the real reason is basically there is no explanation. They just wrote that for the movie, and then they completely forgot about it, and so they never ended up explaining what it is because they didn't really plan. Right, so this is the problem with the puzzle. Wait, I'm going to explain just 4 more reasons why the Puzzle Vision movie sucks, and then we're going to move on because we've been sort of sidetracked with this. But basically, when they were writing the movies in 2023, they obviously had not planned out the Puzzle Vision arc, right? And so when they wrote that, they didn't actually write it in a way that would, explain the movies from last year in a satisfying way. The other problem with the Puzzle Vision movie is that, the 5 stars and the creative control of the whole world thing is never explained. The lore in that movie is lacking.
It's never teased. Aside from the
It's never-
one instance in It's Gotta Be Perfect with when the malware says, "Do you want to rate the magical keyboard?" before it's slapped out of existence. It's like that's the only tease of the rating system. That's the only tease of it. Anything else?
Well,
Nah,
I mean, the
aside from,
problem
like-
the problem is that with the problem that Puzzle Vision movie creates in retrospect with the 2023 movies is it doesn't explain. Mr. Puzzles has no power in the real world. His powers are in his TV head, and so it's got to be the keyboard and the simulation are never explained because how does he have that power in the real world? Because those were in the real world, and so it creates a bunch of problems with previous events that it's just so frustrating because it wouldn't have taken much, I don't think, to explain how he manifested the mysterious keyboard or the simulation. It's just so many missed opportunities. That film is just missed opportunities and disappointment. The movie.
Well, when you think about it, going back to the Genesis arc and all that stuff, when they were bringing all this Super Meme Guardian stuff, the USB pods, and going into the real world, right? Showing the real world and the USB pods plugged into the laptop. Maybe it's just because it is like a digital kind of world, right? Obviously, this is stretching it. This is like scraping the barrel here, but it could be that it has built-in viruses within the digital world that you can create. For example, the memes. Once the memes go dry, then they start getting corrupted and stuff. Maybe Puzzles created something from whatever it was. It could be anything. Could have been the Eldritch Group itself, but I don't know how that would have been created. But yeah, you could have did that, and then it just has that kind of thing where once someone interacts with it, as you would do with a normal virus, it will take over your body and stuff, just like a normal digital computer kind of thing.
Yeah, I feel like the demonic keyboard has its own origin. What I've thought of, I've had a headcanon for this as well. The demonic goop has had its own origin where it was created in a certain way. It might be I've thought of another universal item that got sent to the SMG4 universe, and Mr. Puzzles found it and felt its power and sort of just and like saw that SMG4 was going off his rocker and thought, now this is sort of and got the idea to set off. It's got to be perfect. And for the idea or something like that, I felt like that the demonic goop is like its own like thing. It's got its own plan. It's like it wanted someone to find it and corrupt someone with it so that it would spread the demonic goop and start doing its own thing down the giant pit that is once Peach's castle. But that's an entire can of worms for my own OC I've come up with, and I'm not going to go into that because I'd be here all day.
See, this highlights the problem. Like, we have to speculate on this stuff because there's no clues, and so we just have to come up with our own basically fan canon reasons, which are way more interesting than anything they could have come up with. Like, let's be real.
After show. Basically after show.
Oh yeah.
Well, hold up. Is like another way they could do it is like wait, just before I make myself look like an idiot, is the God Box still a thing or is it destroyed?
It's destroyed.
Destroyed.
It's,
Well,
yes,
yeah.
destroyed, right?
So
Okay.
basically,
It's like-
as far
yeah.
as we're aware, it is completely destroyed. Though I will say that one interesting thing is that while until they ever suggest otherwise, we should just say canonically it's completely destroyed. But one of the writers for SMG4 from in the 2022-2021 period, I forgot his name, but he shared a cut arc idea that he pitched. And in that arc idea, which is very interesting, by the way, I'll have to find it so I can link it to you guys. It was quite interesting. And one of the ideas in that cut arc would have been, or I guess it wasn't cut because it was only an idea that was proposed. But one of the ideas was that the God Box, actually, when it was destroyed, a bunch of fragments of it ended up in SMG4's universe, and so they had to go collect them. And so basically, what I'm trying to say is that there's a chance, because it just exploded, you could say, oh, it somehow survived. That's always a possibility. But we know,
yeah, it was just a mean bomb.
but we know they're never going to bring it back because I've just got a feeling they're not ever going to expand so much on lore from 2022.
Personally, I think they're kind of done with that type of stuff.
Yeah,
Just as the
I
current
think
writers
they've-
just seem
yeah.
really interested with the characters that were involved in those arcs.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
just because it just. I'm not saying Melanie's a bad character because the thing is, I personally love Melanie. I think she's a great character, and I love her development, but it's very clear that the actual writers don't really like Melanie.
No, the problem is that in 2024, she is no character because she's not been used, and so there is no character basically because
Exactly.
what episode was she in that she was featured prominently? The ripoff, she was in the ripoff one that ripped off the 2021 episode where they were ripping off Mr. Beast episode ideas. Then they did that episode again last year. And in that episode, she was in it. But that's all I remember. I genuinely cannot remember what she was prominently
She was
featured
also
in.
in the she was
The
also
puzzle
in the puzzle
park.
video.
Yeah, but that everyone was in
yeah.
there. But that's not a problem. That's not a problem with them hating that character. They just have not been using side characters or loads of
I
characters.
just don't think they just have any ideas for them. I genuinely think they just run their ideas dry and then just think.
Yeah, I guess they
what the
didn't know
hell
what.
do with this?
Oh, the problem is, you can say they didn't know what direction to take, for example, Melanie's character in after Revelations. What do you mean? There's a very obvious direction they could have taken, and they explored it only a little bit in the execution video. It's her becoming a manga artist, which was originally implied in the Genesis arc ending, but they never did anything with. And they still haven't expanded. They expanded upon that in the execution video. After that, they did not expand on this idea, and they have not. They probably never will at this point. Remember, just talking about cut or forgotten plot points. Do you remember how Maggie's a coach and how that's just been completely forgotten?
Oh, yep.
Do
I
you
think that got
remember
mentioned
that?
in the clench episode, in the day my arm went saga. I think that got mentioned.
Was
At, the
it?
beginning of the episode?
I don't know.
I think it was. I think Tari mentioned it, and all of that stuff. Which, speaking of that episode, let's hope the drama that spawned out of that episode does not happen this year. Let's hope that doesn't happen. We don't want another that fiasco.
I would think they've learned their lesson.
think they very much have.
Anyway, I suppose we should get back. We keep getting sidetracked, but let's get back
Yeah.
to the man himself, Mr. Puzzles. So, what do you
Yeah.
guys either think will happen, or what do you hope will happen? What is your sort of like, just whoever wants to go.
Mm.
Well,
I think.
you go first.
I'll let you talk,
go
Mark.
first. No, you go
Okay,
first.
thank you.
Yeah.
So I think what's going to happen is that it's going to be based off something with like Marty and Mr. Puzzle, since they've got quite a bit of links between each other. So like what Marty is going to do is that he's probably very aware of what's happened with Puzzle Vision, Puzzle Park, all that stuff. He's likely very aware of what's happened. And what he's going to try and do is that since it's very likely he escaped prison on his own, he's going to try and break Mr. Puzzles out because he knows that Mr. Puzzles can get really powerful. And so, but here's the thing from the ending of What V 2024, Mr. Puzzles has completely lost his rocker. He seems to have gone completely insane at this point. And so, like, it's just going to be sort of thing like Mr. Puzzles is going to be that crazy guy while Marty wants to try and use Mr. Puzzles for his own terrorist acts. So I think it's going to be like Marty's going to be the main antagonist, meanwhile Mr. Puzzles is going to be a bit more on the sidelines sort
He'll
of
be the
thing, where he
distraction.
is just complete crazy sort of thing.
I feel like that
my
the
basic idea.
Okay. I feel like the Mario and Marty theory. No, not the Mario and Marty. The Marty and Mr. Puzzle teaming up theory, which we made on the SMG4 first channel, might become real next year. I mean, this year.
It might
sorry.
in a different way. It's like just in a different way, but it still would be sort of true. Yeah, I feel like that's very likely gonna happen.
Oh, see, the thing is, I think what would happen is that it's very possible that Marty and Mr. Puzzles could team up, but I don't think it would be like Mr. Puzzles teams up with Marty and Marty is the main antagonist because two reasons. One, I don't think he can be a main antagonist in like a major story arc. Like he worked for like Watfy, but I don't see how a literal piece of cardboard can carry a new story such as like for like the movie that will inevitably happen in like April, May time.
I've just had the mental image of Marty like somehow growing legs or something like that.
You see, the
like,
thing is,
proper
the way they could,
legs.
there is a way they could counteract that, and that is to bring him to life, as in like create a model for him, like based on the drawing, and like have him actually come to life, so he could actually be a character. But I don't know if they'd do that.
What's up, guys?
Oh hey,
Back.
we're just discussing basically what a Marty and Mr. Puzzles team up might be like. But yeah, so yeah, one way they could do it is they bring Marty to life, and that way he could probably carry a story arc. Or one thing what I think is more likely is that they would both be side antagonists to a completely new antagonist, which is what I would prefer because I think they're both antagonists from the Puzzle Vision saga, which was 2023 and 2024. We need to move on. We need to be done with that now. This has been going on for too long.
And they've ruined it.
Yeah,
I
so
was
we
gonna
need
say,
to.
like,
So
it
they
could've
need
gone
to.
on if they actually wrote it well.
They need to serve. So basically, new antagonists is what I want there to be, and what I'm thinking there probably will be, and that they're going to be the lackeys to this whoever this new antagonist is. Yeah, I think that's how it would work.
It won't be the Shadow Man. Okay, it won't be the Shadow Man.
I was not gonna mention that, Macroba, but now you've shoved it in my mind. Now, thank you. He's gonna be probably in the sides. He's probably still gonna be a background. If he ever is gonna become a main antagonist at some point, I'd probably save that for like 2026 or 2027. Not this year, unless. Just what? Yeah, I prefer him to stay in the background for now. That's where I can, in my own goon cave, can theorize about.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is
There
that Marty and Miss Puzzles do serve basically the same sort of purpose in the series at the moment. They're both sort of like these side antagonists, like classic SMG3, who appear every so often and are like, serve as like the antagonists for like a single episode, like the Moustache episode or the Traffic episode. So they both sort of occupy a similar position, like narratively at the moment. So like teaming them up just makes sense. Like they both have the same goal now too, and so it just makes sense.
Yeah, another thing as well. you guys been noticing as well, right, with the Karen little story that's going on as well?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think
I'm
think
actually kind of into that.
actually-
The
Yeah,
thing
that's
is,
actually pretty interesting. It seems
yeah.
like a decently interesting plot. That it's like a sort of, it's like a sort of thing with like the SMG3's cafe, like sort of thing where like
Oh yeah,
SMG3's
remember how
mistress
that was a
sort of, like,
plot?
falling apart.
Remember how that
I know.
cafe was a plot point? Do you remember that? Because I don't.
Oh,
I forgot about that.
It's gone now.
Do you remember that? I forgot that was a thing.
I forgot it was as well. I didn't even know.
It seems the writers forgot too.
Am I dumb, or did they forget about the internet graveyard? Because like SMG3 used to watch over it.
they forgot
Oh,
about that
That
too.
exists.
They completely
Yeah,
just
SMG3
forgot
used
about
to be
that.
the watcher
He
over
was
it,
the
and now no
ruler of
one's
the internet graveyard.
Yeah, cosmology law's just gone.
Yeah, they don't
I
care.
was gonna
It's just-
say, like
They do not care.
nerfed every.
All we've
part
got
of
left
that.
is a dead. All we've got left that reminiscence to cosmology law is a dead fish.
So,
That
the cosmology
dead
law
fish
is
is my
the graveyard.
favorite character. I will have you know, sir.
Uh-oh.
Oh man.
Right, so
Anyways, we need a Karen arc. We need a Karen arc.
No,
Yeah.
they-
Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna
Honestly,
talk about.
There's a lot of potential with that.
yeah,
a
there's
lot of potential with
the We Must Kill Mario episode is hands down the best video of the year, and that is like
Yes.
that they could
I
build on
agree.
that. They could definitely build on that. And the thing is, like, obviously, if they do, it's obviously going to be like that was never the plan. Like, this is
Yeah.
just something they came up with on the spot. But
Yeah.
like, they
You
should.
know they have
That
done
is
it.
like this is what they could do. Right. Obviously, a big obvious question when it comes to Karen's character is who the hell is the father of her children? Like, they could build an arc on that.
I'm so curious about that too. I want to know what's Karen's background, like who's the husband, well, like the ex or like whatever, or like how did she get into that type of work, like what happened?
There is
I
so much
wanna
they
know.
can explore, but they're not going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm 100%
This might actually
predicting.
be like I'm actually kind of hoping this is like a sort of like a Rapper Bob arc situation where it's like
Yeah.
the stakes there
Characters-
isn't really many stakes.
Yeah. What they
it's just
it would
sort
be
of like,
really nice to
it's a low
see
stake
a low stakes thing and a low stakes
Yeah.
arc again. That would be a nice
yeah,
change
I
of
would
pace.
really
More character
It'd be really
focused.
nice to see that.
Yeah, more
Yeah,
character
yeah.
A low
focused.
stake. I've come up with this arc structure for like the years. It's like the first arc, which is like the start of the year arc, is where all the serious shit happens, all the law drops, all of that stuff, another traumatization moment. We all love those. And then comes the middle arc, the sort of mini 4-episode arc. That's sort of like the comedy arc, the comedic one. It's all goofy. The plot is goofy. Everything's goofy. It's like it's just something that you just want to sit back and laugh at, and just sort of like that. It's not
They-
serious. Not really any stakes. It could be like a really dumb stake, and then there's like what
Yeah,
thing,
then
which is
there's
sort of like
the-
a middle one. It's like a middle kind of thing. It's where like there's a few stakes, but not the world is gonna fucking end stakes. Stuff like that.
I've looked into the Karen stuff. I literally made a video, even though it's like Cloud Watford 2025, blah blah blah. I have looked into the Karen stuff, and they have been building on that. Yes, very slowly, but they have done some building up from it. So obviously, the We Must Kill Mario, Karen, she tries to protect their kids, right? Because Marty is broken out, right? He has that poison spaghetti and things like that, right? But then there's also Married Teacher's Parenting, which I don't know if you guys were taking note of that as well. But although this doesn't build as much as the We Must Kill Mario, you've got to see as well. This is Karen being the current Karen, if that makes sense. So the We Must Kill Mario is like going back to who she was working with, right? And then the Married Teacher's Parenting is Karen trying to be who she is in the current in the present, right? And you can tell as well there's just some moments, right, within the Married Teacher's Parenting episode where I can feel something's gonna build from that point onwards. There is a photo frame, like a genuine photo frame, right, of her and the kids, right? And I think one of them's actually broken. It's dropped and it's broken, and then they make another one at the end. Now, what I feel like would happen is, Marty might take, because we've seen Marty with his budget, right? he's had this. He has this big escape helicopter. He's got the little wheelchair thing that you can run away from and stuff like that from Marry Teacher. No, not Marry Teacher, especially. The We Must Kill Mary episode, right? So what if he can buy out, right, that corporate company, like the secret agency? What if Marty could just buy that out, right? And then, send Karen on a mission, and then they take Karen's kids away. Then Karen is forced to do tasks, and then it builds something up. It builds its own little area.
That'd be a really cool twist.
Yeah,
Because that's
that
sort of
would
like, this is like the sort of arc of twists. Because there was the first twist of, oh, Marty's the bad guy here, not Mario. Because like, We Must Kill Mario, that was just the episode of plot twists. So
Yep.
having another major plot twist like that, that'd be so cool to see.
Macroma, there's one issue though that's too interesting. Tone it down. Add Mr. Puzzles as the main antagonist.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Yep, okay.
I apologize.
Take some
100 out of
Again,
10.
the kids won't understand it.
I've got to say right at the window, Mr. Puzzles is there. There you go. He's just observing.
There we go.
There we go. There we go. Don't worry, people watching. It's not that
Hey.
interesting, trust me. Mr. Puzzles will be there, yeah. Don't worry,
Yeah.
Mark Reed, don't worry, Mr. Puzzles will be there.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I guess
Mark Reed,
the
you can stop
dream.
commenting on our stuff now.
So I guess like our dream arc for 2025 is Karen focused, which would make sense because she's sort of just treated as a main cast member now, just
Yep.
out of nowhere, I guess, in the Puzzle Park video. And so Karen focused, maybe introduced her husband or her, the father of the children somehow. Maybe he's the main antagonist or someone who did something to him, I don't know. And Marty and Mr. Puzzles are like side antagonists who are just there for comic relief, maybe. And I think that's like sort of the dream arc, maybe. I think that'd be a good way to build on everything we have from 2024.
Like, honestly, all I can say that what I want from 2025 is character variety.
Yes, please.
I want the cast to actually be used. 'Cause I'm not trying to like just constantly like bicker but like the anime arc is my personal favorite arc because I think that was the best characterization, that was the best like usage. Like everyone was in almost every episode. Like even if it wasn't like a major role, everyone was still there. Like during the moments where like Meggy was kidnapped, everyone was still there trying to get back, like trying to find her. But the episodes before, like preparing for Splatfest or like the others in Japan meeting Axel, they were all still there in the episode. It was two things happening.
And see,
I want that. I want to actually know the characters on who's in the main cast. I miss that.
the
Even
thing,
if it's just like a small 2-line role, it doesn't matter. At least we actually know that. Oh, I know that guy. He's like, that's Bob, or that's Psycho, or that's Melanie. Like, I want to at least know who these people are, because if you don't use them for half the year, then just bring them in the end of the year episode like Psycho and Melanie. Everyone's like, who the fuck? Like, new viewers are like, sorry for cussing. Who the heck?
No,
are
you
these
can
people?
do it. Don't worry, I don't care. You can say much worse than like fuck if you
Thank
want.
God. All right.
Oh, you're streaming?
Anyway,
the TF2 meme.
Yeah, so back in those like older arcs and stuff, like even like for example like Bowser and Shroomy weren't used in the anime arc really, but they still use those characters in just normal episodes, so it was fine. But now the like appearances of all the characters is so messed up, like as in like you've got the same 4 characters being reused all the time, and like there are some side characters who are just completely forgotten about in 2024. Like, did Jeeves appear? I don't think he did. Remember Reva, an original character, an original model that they have done nothing with, despite there being potential for it. Like, do you remember Depresso? He's not been used very much.
Character.
They haven't used. They made a model.
Kaizo and Clench are the characters I hope get removed.
They made we'll get to Clench in a minute, but like they made a model for a character called Ramensei, if you remember him, and they did not use that model, like that character, like almost at all, despite going through the
for the college.
Yeah, but the thing is, they made an original model for this character, and they have not used him for anything. It's so weird.
I know.
It's just wasting your money.
Depresso would have been perfect for What V 2023 because of the whole circus carnival themed. He would have fit right in.
And so yeah,
sort of thing.
another dream wish for 2025 is please more character variety and please,
Yes, please.
you know, just
Keep
just
the-
use
yeah.
different characters
Also,
more
like-
often.
Yeah, like
I'm
FM,
just
FM. If
saying,
you,
Since
it's sort of like,
since sorry, bud.
no, you go on.
Thank you. Since Melanie lost Axel in 2021, she's been practicing manga, and we have gotten one episode acknowledging that she finally published her first book.
Yeah, I
And
talked
that's
about
it.
that
We-
earlier.
yeah, like,
They did
I-
not like people will say, oh, they had no idea what direction to take her, but like there's an obvious direction to take her after Revelations. It's that, but they haven't,
Exactly.
and they could
The-
easily go that
It's
route.
either that, or I'm just saying, just kill her off. I'm not trying to be that guy, but like, it seems like they just don't know what to do with her because she's so overpowered, and like, I get
Yeah.
that.
The thing is, they
they
have an
either need to
easy
really nerf her-
solution to that. Yeah, just nerf her. Like in the next
Exactly.
story thing with her, just come up with some
that's what they
bullshit
did. I
excuse
think that's what they
to
tried to do.
take the powers away. Like if you need
Yeah,
to.
I think that's what they tried to do with like how like what Medi explained in one of his videos, how like during Welcome to Puzzle Park episode, Melanie couldn't escape Mr. Puzzles' like hand in that because due to her constant sleeping and laziness, she's gotten like weaker in that.
Oh,
Hence
yeah.
why her eyes were red and not white. That's probably how they're nerfing her. It's just like she's just
Yeah,
so
but
lazy
I
that
don't-
her powers have dumbed down. But
I
they've
don't
not
want that to
explained
happen because that's just regressing her character development, and that's the
Hmm.
worst thing you can do. Like, don't do
No.
that.
I've got the
Yeah.
best thing, guys. Got the best thing, right?
Yep.
Inkling pen, draw Axel, easy.
See, yes, thank you. Thank
Easy.
you.
The
Thank
mic
you.
can't hear my claps, but
Thank
Okay,
you.
but the thing is that
I'm
won't
sorry,
work because
Axel was one of the best characters.
I'm pretty sure that wouldn't work because it has to be anime for it to manifest, isn't it? And so it
You
wouldn't
drew
work.
Thomas.
Oh well, no, he
Yeah.
had a like Naruto thing on him, so that counts, I guess.
Does Sephiroth
He
count
also
though?
he also
Yeah,
spawned, he also spawned
he's
in Shaggy
anime
as well.
style, so I
Also,
guess.
yeah, Shaggy.
And he was
Yeah,
in a
Shaggy's
movie.
not anime, is he?
There was the Final Fantasy VII movie, which I guess isn't anime.
Oh yeah,
so-
I guess that kind of counts.
Yeah.
But yeah,
40 people
I don't
watching.
know. A really cool arc idea that I would love to happen like one day. I know it's never gonna because they would never do that. But I want an arc where like it's kind of like it's kind of like a big threat where like a bunch of the previous villains come back. I
They'll
want
never do that.
like I know they'll never do it, but it would be so cool to see like all the main villains like somehow like come back for like a big like battle type of movie.
Yeah.
I think
If
that'd
that
be
never
really
happens, Magroma here to solve that issue with his
That's-
fracture.
Don't spoil it! No!
Oh
That is what
wait,
I'm
fun.
what?
Well, now I'm intrigued.
now,
what I'm working
the thing
on.
is, so that's like a 15th anniversary movie, like plot, I'd say.
Yeah, right. I feel like that would be perfect.
That would be fun.
It's about the an arc that has like all the characters. I feel like the Puzzle Vision movie has tried to do that in a way where it includes like all of the characters and like how they solve the mission.
Oh my god, can I talk about the problem with that movie again? You know how like they all get sucked into the TV, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yep.
I'm so confused. So obviously it was only the main cast who was sucked in, right?
Yep.
But yet he can manifest Swag and Shroomy and Karen, but they're not in the TV, but they act exactly how they would
know.
act. And so what does he need to suck them in for exactly?
Exactly.
I
Why
know.
can't he just...
What's the
Immersion.
point?
It's so poorly
Yeah.
thought out. Just
I know
Immersion.
that was just
Also-
like what
Also,
was
can
on
I
there?
ask when did Boobkins get there? Because he wasn't in.
yeah,
the
and
episode where,
Luigi,
like,
and how
Oh, yeah,
and
Lucas was there! In like that little blue area, wasn't he?
yeah, he was in the movie, and he was in a few episodes like of Puzzle Vision, but in like the
Yeah.
TV episode
The
where
TV
they all
episode.
got sucked in. Boobkins is nowhere to be seen.
And
Luigi
Luigi,
also wasn't
yeah.
there because he got sucked up by
yeah,
Satan.
and the thing is, in the and then again, and even worse, in the movie, they somehow know which characters were sucked in. Like they know, oh yeah, Luigi was with us, even though they didn't bring him for. You know the Creative Control song. Luigi wasn't present for that for some reason. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
And so they
Yeah.
somehow knew he was there. How did you know that? why wasn't he there for the song? I think
We
I
don't
know.
know.
I think I have a suspicion as to why Luigi wasn't there. Just because if you notice, there's
Oh, he
no
was locked in
Nintendo. There's no Nintendo assets in that scene, and so I'm gonna
Oh.
guess for whatever reason they decided not to feature. But also, why? If he's in the story, include him. It's so
Exactly.
bizarre. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
Moving on. Let's talk about a different issue from 2024. Clench, a non-character. Right.
Oh my
So
God.
let's do a story time, right? So they introduced this new character for this one-off episode where he's like, sort of he's like introduced out of the blue. It's a lot of so obviously there's a bit of mystery around him. Like we don't know much about him, so that's a bit intriguing. He sort of helps with Tari's like little character thing in that episode, so that's all well and fine. He serves a purpose, and then they bring him back for the episode that begins the Puzzle Vision arc, and he acts a bit suspicious in it because he doesn't reveal his identity to some characters where he purposely hides himself, but he willingly reveals himself to other characters, like Maggie and Bob.
He only revealed
And so-
himself to Maggie.
He revealed himself to Bob too, and
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
and so basically, so he acts suspicious. So you think, oh, he's going to play some sort of big role in this upcoming arc. Then he never appears again. The only possible reference to him in the entire arc is when, in the final fight in the movie, Ty's arm turns into that gun that it transformed into in the Damon Element Psycho, which Clench did. So maybe that was probably the only thing he did in that arc, and you can easily miss that if that was even him. And then he's completely forgotten about. Like they completely forget about him until they do the rip-off episode of that episode in 2021 where they do the Mr. Beast challenges. Then they bring him back all of a sudden, and they acknowledge that he's been forgotten about with the writing. And also he reveals himself to SMG3, meaning that because the SMG3 was in that scene for some reason instead of SMG4.
Yeah.
And so that makes me think, well, maybe he's hiding from SMG4 purposely, because that's the only character
Yeah.
that would make sense, because he was the only character who ran into the what was it called? The storage room. And obviously Clench revealed himself to SMG3 and Bob, and so, but that makes no sense. Why hide himself from SMG4? Do they have a plan? I don't know. It's so confusing. I'm just
He's
speculating.
scared of being turned into a multiple.
And so, and then they forget about him again until the Christmas episode where he doesn't serve any real purpose. And so, what was the point of this character? Like, what was the point of introducing him?
I think what happened is that his voice actor, who is Examination C, which I hope we all know who that guy is like they in 2024 had like got into a full-time job with Glitch Productions, both him and his brother and all that stuff. But like I think what happened in that is that Examination explained in their Lethal Company video, not the music video, but like explaining the ins and out of that video, is that they moved from a full-time job to a part-time job. So I think literally Examination has been too busy to voice the character, hence why he's not appeared, I think, unless I am just coping super hard. It's either I'm
that's
coping
just-
or that's the
that's-
reason why.
They think that's a speculation, but they've got a voice actor for this character, and usually that's always indicating a character's importance, like a character's future importance. Yeah, it leads to nothing.
Exactly.
And again, they use him in a suspicious way in the first episode of the Puzzle Vision arc. So it's like, why? What was your plan here? What was going on in the creative, like, writing process? I'm so confused. Like, I genuinely want to know the behind the scenes of what the thought process was.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like the fact that you're saying he's hiding himself from SMG4 might have something. This might sound like a little crazy, but it might have something to do with the door, the boarded up door.
Oh, maybe, but see, I say he's hiding from himself from
my
SMG4
God.
because that's the only character that it would make sense. Because wait, so Clench, like his whole thing is that he's hiding from the other characters so people don't know he's alive. But then he reveals himself, to new characters all the time. He introduces himself to Bob and Mario, and then introduces himself to Meggy, and then later on when he's reintroduced in the Mr. Beast rip-off episode, he introduces himself to SMG3, because SMG3 is like the guy in that scene, instead of SMG4 for some reason. That's a bit odd. Like it's like almost like they intentionally didn't have SMG4 be the sort of like Mr. Beast guy in that scene. They had SMG3 do it. So it's like, maybe he's, and because SMG4 is the only other character who barged into the storage room in the No TV episode, it's like, well, surely he's hiding from SMG4 specifically then, because if not, I'm confused, because he's supposed to be hiding himself from other characters, but then he reveals himself all the time, so I don't get it. I'm so confused. What is the what is the plan here?
I think actually, hold up. So recently, now, just bear with me here. Is that Ben, right? The thumbnail guy, the thumbnail artist.
Yeah, Ben Jojo.
Yeah, him. Is that he recently tweeted about asking what's behind the door. It was like on the 6th of January.
I was going to bring that up.
Hold up.
Hang on.
Yeah, we're gonna just move on to the door. I was just moving on to the door.
Right,
now.
so yeah, I was gonna bring that up too when we got to the door, but basically the thumbnail artist tweeted about I wonder what's behind the door, and so I've got a feeling that's gonna be revealed this year, not only because of that, but because it's like this map, has we haven't got it for like over a year now, which I was expecting to get it this year, and so I'm gonna be confused if we go another year without it just being released. They must have some sort of plan for it, I would hope, unless they introduce it in 2023 with we'll think of something to do with it later or something.
Yeah, what I'd mind, I'm going to mention now that Ben didn't just tweet about that. I mean, he did. On that same tweet, he posted an image of the fucking FNAF 4 box with the text saying, "Perhaps some things shall be left forgotten."
Yeah, I think. Yeah, but the thing is,
these cheeky bastards are intentionally trying to make us think if they've forgotten about the door. It's just like left forgotten until eventually.
Right. So my only issue with that is, one, you're giving the writers too much credit, and two, the box thing is a meme. So I think, and that the thumbnail artist likes to meme around. So I think he's just memeing.
He does.
I think he's just memeing.
I know he's just memeing, but. I've just got I know he is most likely just memeing. I am very aware of that, but it's just like there's always the chance. There's always the chance. No, I always say that in my mind as mindful of coping. I would say that.
They just wouldn't board up the door though. Just like they wouldn't board up the door for nothing. Like, they
wouldn't introduce it for no reason. I agree, but it's just been so long. I have no faith in these writers because they just could make so many bizarre
Bring back Kevin!
The thing is though, has he in the credits? Is he no longer listed at all?
He's the producer, but he's not the writer anymore.
So he has some sort of involvement though. I don't know how much.
He does, I think. Kevin's the business guy, isn't he? And Luke's the creative guy. That's the thing, this sort of thing.
Anyway, so we need to link this conversation back to 2025. So, so with the Clench thing, they need to do something with him, right? They need to do something, like Atari arc is overdue, and they do something with them both in that, right? Just to finally settle this stupid arm thing that's been going on for so long. It's just confusing as hell. And secondly, they need to introduce, the door needs to somehow come into, but because the thing is, we know nothing about it because it's only been like highlighted in the first episode it appeared in, and then we can see it in every other episode sometimes, like, rarely.
It's just in the background, but it's never mentioned, is it? It's just there.
And so we know nothing, and so literally any theory we come up with is pure speculation, because before we had the idea that it's related to Mr. Puzzles, but now we know it's not, and so we have literally nothing to work with. There's nothing to anything we come up with is pure speculation with no basis, basically. Just so I guess all we can do is just do our hopes for it, because there's nothing to theorize about. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Right, and I know someone said about Clench being related to it, but there's no real link. It's just they're both two sort of unexplained things, and so therefore maybe they could be related, but that's all we have.
Yeah.
And
this is all a mess. This is such a massive fucking mess. I'm just gonna say that now.
Clench is just gonna turn into a transformer.
Anyways, do we move on to the wait? What do we move on to? Wait.
And we're doing a wish list for 2025's SMG4. That's what we're doing.
And theories too.
Yeah, and some not theories, Ferraris or whatever it was earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Ferraris. They're fucking Ferraris.
I guess I'll
No
say.
fap prevents you Ferraris.
I know, Macroma, you made a video about What for 2025. I haven't actually. I don't think I've really watched that all through though.
It's not really that great, to be honest. It was rushed.
What were the basic sort of points that you raised about it?
It was I'm not a Jenny with the door.
Marty team up.
It was just the Marty and puzzle stuff where what it'll be like is Marty will somehow distract, because the prison with Mr. Puzzles is guarded by Swag, Chris, and all that, right?
Yeah.
So and Swag is dumb, right? He's dumb. So some sort of bait will happen, right? Marty will set it up because Marty can move around now. He's got that wheel. He's got that wheel thing that he can do, right? Wait, is that wheel thing, by the way, from Wheeler? Wheeler, is that the name?
Yeah, it's Wheeler.
No,
he just stole Wheeler's chair.
Did he? Is that what? Wait, let me check. I don't think like the real chair he used.
Oh, in the Luigi doesn't need Mario. Is that what you mentioned? Is that what you're on about?
No. I'm talking about from ages ago. I'm talking about from when Marty was in We Must Kill Mario.
No, I've got the image here. That isn't the same chair.
Oh, okay, all right.
No, it's a different chair.
Just my imagination.
Oh, okay.
Anyways,
all right.
But bringing Reether back and having him doing some sort of character thing with Shroomy to explore the relationship, that's a good idea though. They won't do that though. They won't do it.
Yeah. Anyways, continuing.
Finally back, boys. Sorry, I was grabbing a popsicle.
It's all good. It's all good. Anyways, continuing onwards. My thing was that Marty will just somehow know how to distract Swag, right? And obviously Swag and Chris are like basically a lovely couple, right? If Swag goes running off, Chris is gonna run after because Swag's literally an irresponsible dumbass, right?
Yeah, man.
So
he is a war lord.
It could be
or
okay.
a war maniac.
All right. I'm sorry for being so interesting with the words I've been doing for this live stream, but you know how What For You 2023 was a heist, and it was a heist against Marty? This could be a heist against, Marty could do a heist against, just against the prison, like a prison outbreak.
Oh,
right?
how the turntables.
Yeah. So the first step in line is getting Swag and Chris out the way because they're the front line guards, right? And then once that is out the way, then Marty could have, just because of how big his budget is, because we don't know how big his budget is, but we have seen him having like this technology that another thing as well. Another thing I'd like to ask as well, which was done in my What For You 2025 theory thing that I mentioned, is that Marty didn't have the wheelchair at the moment at the time when he was in prison, so he didn't have any way to move or get out of prison. He had no way to escape out of prison. He's a piece of cardboard.
He must have done, because no. In What For You 2023, during the part where SMG4 is hacking into the vault door, we see Marty like quite literally moving very slowly. So it's like when it's completely pitch black, the guy just straight up just teleports.
He's like the Reaping
abilities.
I think they're called Reaping Angels. Like they move when you're not looking.
Weeping Angels, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's sort of like, no, when you can't see him, it's sort of like that thing.
Yeah, when you can't see him, he can move.
Yeah, they were dead ass staring at him during that time.
I know this sounds a little absurd, and I hate to be like the Captain Obvious of this, right? But with the Marty and Mr. Puzzle stuff, right? From We Must Kill Mario, how did Marty break out of prison, locate where Karen and the children were, and where Mario was basically there at the moment, right? How did Marty, break in specifically for Karen and the kids, because Karen has the connection to Mario and the group, right? Like, how did he know of all of that straight away and go specifically there as if he was waiting for Mario and SMG4 and Karen to come up, right? And this comes up with the what's it called? The mustache Mario mustache episode where Puzzles
Oh yeah,
says
that
he
was the worst episode of the year.
I-
Like that.
I know.
That was awful.
But Puzzle
Yeah,
said,
man.
right, that he was observing, right, Mario, right, like having a lookout on Mario, right, so knowing
Yeah.
where Mario is at all times, right. So like probably off this cameras or like off screen,
Yeah.
Puzzles just breaks Marty out of prison, right, and then just is like, okay, I've broken you out of prison, right? Can you now go and get Mario, right? And it makes sense because Mario left Marty in there to rot in prison, right? And so they would form an alliance kind of thing. And so Marty goes right over there and, sets stuff up, right? But that's how it kind of tries to tie back into itself, where Marty will now come back for Puzzles and do that little prison outbreak heist, if that makes sense.
Right.
I mean,
Honestly, I think the actual explanation they're gonna give, like, don't get me wrong, I want that to happen, but knowing SMG4, I think all they're gonna say is like Marty's just built different or something, and they're just gonna call it
he's a god.
Yeah. He was built by a god in himself, which is Mario. So he's got the godly.
I've got
God,
my
When are we gonna get more meme Guardian stuff?
never.
Never.
Ever since the drama, the voice actor drama, they're not bringing back SMG 1 and 2. That's just not happening anymore. And so
Yeah.
so
Wait, but
That's unfortunate.
no, because SMG1's voice actor is Medi.
yeah, but like
I know, but
without
then it would be the same
but
with
the thing
without
is,
two.
like those two characters are basically one character. Like one can't exist without the other. So I think they're just not gonna bother. They're not gonna bring them back, and so that stuff's all done. What I think,
sad.
so yeah, it's sad, but that's like in this case at least, that's sort of out of the writer's control, and so I'm not going to blame them for that.
Yeah.
Nah.
I don't blame them for not using that, but like I'm still saying, like, recasting this is a thing. Like, they were clearly okay recasting
Tari.
But the thing is, they're not
They were
not
very
going
okay
to
with
they're not going to recast SMG2 because they do
I think-
not want to do. They're going to be very scared of anything voice actor related.
I know, because
So they're not going to do
otherwise-
that. It's too risky.
the SMG4 community would go ballistic over that, because then they just think,
It's
no,
not
they're
worth
just
the
discarding
risk.
people that were involved in that. Oh,
It's
such horrible
it's
thing.
That's
not
what's gonna
worth the
happen.
risk.
Like,
That's what's going to happen. It's
Yeah.
a lose-lose situation. Nothing
Also-
good's going to come out of it, and it's unfortunate.
Also, by the way, a little off topic, but Melanie's voice actor is Wolfie Chew as well, and Wolfie Chew has her own massive channel and her own life in the background as well, so she can't really do that much voice acting, which is why Melanie never gets included in episodes, because she's got a really, really high pitched voice, and it's quite basically impossible to do. For
Oh,
just
Yeah, that is fair.
I understand that. Like, I'm just saying, like, I think keeping around characters that just aren't usable, or just that don't really fit in. I just either think you should write them off to the point where, like, they go and do their own thing, like they go on a trip, or
Yeah.
like they go explore or something, and that's it. Or
Yeah,
like
that feels natural.
it's like it ties it up nicely, wraps it in a bow, so you can be like, okay, they're doing, at least that explains in the world where they are, what they're doing, because in case one day they can like open it back up and like bring it in if they ever have the opportunity. But writing them off, at least, like, it ends it nicely, and it makes you feel like, all right, that we don't have to wonder anymore. But and I feel like that we're getting to that point with like characters like Melanie, where don't get me wrong, I love her as a character. I think that she's a great character when she is used. But like everyone's saying, like, it's just, it doesn't really make much sense to use her right now, or use her anytime, because if they nerf her, everyone's gonna feel a little gypped. If they don't, then like people are gonna be like, where's Melanie? Or people are gonna be like, oh, she's too OP.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
It's to the point where,
This
like,
is-
how about we write her off to the either, like, kill her off so then she could be reunited with the person that everyone wants her to be reunited with, or write
Well-
her off to be like she goes and does her own thing, like
But the thing is,
like,
though,
make her, like,
I
let her live her own life.
I don't want her or any character written off because there's still all the characters still have so much potential, like for
They
stories.
do.
And so
Yeah,
there's-
but like, yeah, but
don't
characters like
want that
Melanie
to happen.
aren't going to be used.
And the thing is, I think like nerfing her, even if it pisses some people off, is totally worth it if we if it just solves some plot issues going forward,
The
and
thing
if
is-
we can use her again, that's totally worth it. That is completely worth it.
Here's the thing: anything's gonna piss off the SMG4 community. Like, this is the thing: this community has become so mixed to the point where you can't please everyone, and that
Yeah.
sort of thing is just like you're gonna piss
That's
off
like
a
every
good chunk of
community,
people
though.
all the time. I know
Like,
it's with
that's-
everything, but I feel like it's just bigger numbers and stuff like that. It's like so many people are gonna get pissed off, but then other people are gonna be not. It's like a weird thing where they just have to constantly gamble with decisions and that.
I guess.
I think this is how it's driven
Yeah.
to.
Why
Either
is
way,
Curtis
I will
calling
say
me?
I would like to see more Melanie, but like instead of like the OP Melanie that everyone wants, I just want to see how Melanie is without like how they used to like use her, like when she was just doing her thing. Like I want to see how her artist or like her art is going.
Yeah.
I want to see what she
Yeah.
does in her day-to-day life now, since like it's been a while. So like it's like you can do like a new. I wanted to see another sequel to the day in the life of all the characters. I want to see
Yeah,
another
that would
one
be a
of those.
good one. There's one
Like
small.
I feel like that'd be fun
There's one.
because it'll be able to introduce all the characters again, and like don't get me wrong, I hate Kaizo, but I will say it would be nice for lore purposes to actually get some more screen time with the character because the man's pointless.
Yes, so Series they did not
Yeah.
use him at all after the mini arc, but yeah, so that's one of the
Mm.
characters that desperately needs more using. But there's one small detail about Melanie that if they ever explore a character more, that I really want them to just sort of highlight, and it's like, you remember how she for some reason moved during the Revelations arc? I'd like to properly see what her new apartment is. Like, we've seen glimpses of it, but it's like
Oh,
that
yeah.
plot
Yeah.
point just always was a bit confusing. It's like, why did she move? And it's never brought up, and we'd never see the apartment. It's like, just set an episode there or something. It's
Because like
just a
wasn't her
bit
first
odd.
apartment
Yeah.
just wasn't her first apartment Axel's?
yeah,
Because like the apartment after Watfee that she was in.
Mm.
Like was literally the one that Axel was in for many like after he moved to the Mushroom Kingdom.
yeah, and then
Yeah.
in the Revelations arc,
Yeah.
she moves. So at the beginning of
And we've seen a few glimpses of
the
it in
God
like the
Box
shorts.
episode, she moves, and then at the beginning of Absolute Betrayal, she's in her new apartment.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, the new apartment is just some generic room from some generic map. Like the actual
Yeah.
apartment was way more interesting. Why did she move?
Yeah.
Why did they? Well, they never explain it. They never bring it up. Why did she move?
And
Even
also, I'm
back in
just,
the
like,
good arcs, there's still some just weird things that that's never explained.
the inconsistency I will say, because like even like if you look at and It's Gotta Be Perfect when they call Melanie and she's in her new apartment, like that looks fine, but literally if you go to like the YouTube shorts, almost every time Melanie's used, she's in a brand new apartment again. It's like she moved again. Like it's in like an RGB-esque room and all that, but like her previous apartment like looked like it was in like a basement for some reason.
Well, to be fair, the shorts I wouldn't consider canon, so
Yeah, that's fair.
They're not. They're made by one different person. He comes
I-
onto my stream sometimes, but he's just a random animator that does the stuff.
yeah,
so he doesn't
they
have any
have
stuff.
different
Okay.
people doing the shorts.
Yeah.
I remember when we made a theory off a short. That's
Oh,
what I did.
That was- I was gonna say because I don't know. I feel like keeping like things like consistent would like in all fronts would keep things less confusing.
I guess I want to add, so basically my sort of dream sort of scenario for how they could bust Mr. Puzzles out of prison. So let's say Marty, or new main antagonist, decides to break him out because he might be a useful asset because he wants revenge. And so I think there's a way they could do that plot or how he gets out while also doing something quite neat in resolving this plot point that everyone's forgotten about. So what if we bring back Risk? Do you remember that character from Sunset Paradise?
Oh,
Is it
yeah.
Aurori?
Oh my
Aurori?
god.
And they basically, she's hired by new antagonist TM, to just break him out. And so the episode is a reintroduction episode, like basically reintroducing all her character traits and stuff. You know, to recreate everyone, because it's been years now. What's on Sun Paradise was 2021, and so it's basically episode focused on her, like evading the guards and the Swag and Chris, and she's breaking Mr. Puzzles out, and obviously there can be like a bit of mystery where we all know where it's going, but like she doesn't know who she's busting out, and at the end it's revealed, it's him, and we can see how far gone he is, and that's just a fun episode idea that they should totally do.
Yeah.
Like that'd just be a fun way to not only, because at the end of Sunset Paradise it's hinted at she's going to return because she gets a mask, and so that'd be a nice way to resolve a plot point, bring back a cool character, and just a cool way. It's a cool way to bust Mr. Puzzles out of prison. It's just three neat things that I think that's a cool idea, but they're never going to do it.
Right. I'd say for me, an episode I really want to happen. Well, two. One, I would love them to do anything with Inkweaver, because the tool Inkweaver is such a cool concept, a cool idea, and it opens up like a lot of like potential mini arcs, but to like just like plot ideas.
Yeah, because you could just do a mini arc where like some side antagonist steals it.
Exactly.
Or just like a single episode where that can be focused on.
And it'll give like everyone a bit of what they want. Like the Axel fans can at least have like a bit of a, hey, I remember that. And also give Melanie a reason to be on screen for a bit, because like she's gonna be the one that holds on to it, of course.
I mean, what I think they should do with Inkweaver is that's the pen Melanie uses. Like, let's say she wants to reclaim Axel's title as #1 like anime artist, and she just uses that pen. That's the pen she uses.
Yeah,
right.
I just feel like that. I feel like the Ultra Instinct Shaggy thing, since he's still like alive in the world, I feel like that they should have at least acknowledged it a little bit, like that Shaggy knew that Axel was dead, because the only person who's able to command him is Axel. Like because he said that the only person who's able to command him is Inkweaver's true master, and that's Axel. And I feel like that. I feel like there's a few plot points there that could be well, nowadays they can't really be touched up on, but I don't know. I feel like that they could try to do something new with Inkweaver, because it's something that could be so cool if they wrote it properly. But that being said, they tend to leave a lot of the cool ideas they have in the past and just try to move on and do something new.
Oh, that would be great. What just clicked into my mind? You know, Melanie could continue like Axel's proper legacy. You know, like his whole entire character, character trait. You know.
I was saying she should try to reclaim. There should be like a mini arc where she tries to reclaim his title that he lost. Yeah.
Like, and I'm not usually like one on like in shows and all that, in series. I agree with like people when they say relationships don't really matter, like we don't really need them. I'm 100% for that.
Yeah.
The only reason why I was okay with it with Axel and Melanie and all that was because I thought it would be cool to see the first canon relationship actually happen in SMG4, since they tackle like a lot of genres. It just, romance is not really one of them, which I 100% see why they wouldn't want to, because with relationships, shipping and all that, you're never really gonna win, like, because there's always gonna be someone who'd prefer something over the other. So I think it's still smart that they choose to like avoid all that, but I feel like at least acknowledging it is something that they could have done a little better. I don't know. I do like the Axel and Melanie ship. It just, I feel like that and I love how they ended the Revelations movie in terms of like, it seemed like Melanie was okay waiting for Axel and vice versa. But the one thing that I will critique about that overall genre, like saga, which was the Genesis arc and the Revelations arc, is that Axel's sacrifice felt so pointless. Like, if they didn't bring back Zero, like, I get it, they wanted to, but if they sacrificed Axel in Revelations, then that would have felt a little better.
No,
I'm not like
I have
I'm
to.
not trying to be nitpicky, but like it felt so like what did Axel die for?
Right, so just to
Like-
say, right, I don't think it's fair to yourself to say that's a nitpick. Like, that's a perfectly valid point, but I disagree. I think them killing him was not a narratively. That was a very good idea because it meant Zero coming back was way more impactful. Like, that made him way more of a threat, and just his return is way more like, right, you know, it just had more, you know, it gave you more investment into the story, and so I think that was a very smart decision to kill him off from a purely narrative, you know, perspective.
Yeah, no, I could see why like people would be like, yeah, no, it's like it would be like more impactful and all that. Like I 100% agree with that. But just the sorry, someone's texting me. The one thing that I will say that I don't like about it is that it just felt like so not really foreshadowed, but more so like it just felt like just there, you know? Because like after Watfy 2021, which I don't like arcs that end on a Watfy. Those are not for me.
Oh yeah,
don't
can
get me
we?
wrong, but
Should we
the
say?
only arc that did it right was the Waluigi arc because it fit.
I'd say 2023 was fine, honestly.
well.
Oh wait,
I'd
so
say
let me.
2023
Wait,
was
wait.
Okay, you know
fine.
what? Yeah, I agree with that. 2023 still they did that very well, but I just I can't.
Everything else,
really,
no.
I
that makes
can't
sense.
really say like because a cosmic threat and all that, and then all of a sudden, boom, funny meme challenges, and
I
then
know.
boom, back to cosmic threat. It really took away from the tone and the feel. I will say that the death scene of Axel was still very, very, very sad. And it's still one of the most emotional scenes in the series, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I felt like that the only reason why they killed him off was because they didn't know what to do with the character. Because like if they were going to sacrifice Axel for a character that was actually going to have meaning in the series in the long run, then great. But like nowadays, like Melody isn't used at all. It's just I feel like the new direction of the writers and all that just I don't think they did anything to the previous arcs justice. Like it just I don't like how it's been like retconning a few things or just making things either a little confusing or just whatever they've been choosing to do. It's like like a redesign used to mean something. Nowadays it literally doesn't. Like when Psycho and Meggy were redesigned, it meant something to their actual character because of the meme games or when Meggy went from Inkling to human. But then when the lawsuit arc, which was the worst arc in the whole series, I'm just gonna say, I just felt like that felt so forced. And like when the inconsistencies like that, it tears me away from the actual story.
Yeah.
And as a person who likes, I prefer arcs because I like it when when progression happens. And it just stuff like that really just tears me away from it. Like that's why I don't like the remastered episodes. I like episodes that progress the overall story, and when you could do funny ones that still progress the story. But like I don't know, I felt like that they were able to do more when they had the ability to use Nintendo things, but it's just like because they keep on getting rid of more, they're depending more on like remakes and stuff.
Oh, right, so I've got multiple things I want to add on to what you said. So first of all, we all agree Watfy 2025 should not be a part of an arc, or at the very least should not be the end of an arc, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
In 2018, Watfy 2018, that was a fun twist. 2020, that was perfectly fine too. The team thing, and also it's only second time.
Yeah.
2021 was they shouldn't have been in a Watfy, but in its defense, even though it didn't fit with the tone of the Genesis arc, and it sort of broke the pace. The Genesis arc was just so good, and like the arc stuff in that Watfy was just so good, it just made up for that. 2022 was when it's like 2022 was when it became. like 2022 was when it became like just you know, like, why are you doing this? Like, there's no reason to do this.
Yeah.
Why have you done this? And then 2023 fixed it. It's like I thought they finally addressed the issue. It did not. It was, you know, it.
Yeah.
2023 wasn't really part of an arc. It was like, sure, it was part of
Yeah.
a somewhat
It's sort
It
of
was a
like-
side
ongoing
It was a
story.
side plot. It was a
Yeah,
side plot.
it was not only not part of a very
Yeah.
the story it was a part of was not only like very lighthearted and barely a like a story arc, but also like it was sort of in a way sort of a part of a larger thing, like a larger saga. It was just, it worked out, and not only that, but Wattfi 2023 was like the way they did it, the new format they did for that, which they abandoned in 2024, like. Because that format wasn't challenges, a bunch of random challenges. It was like they wrote a narrative, they wrote the plot, and then they had the fans choose what decisions were made at certain points in the plot. It meant Wattfi 2023 actually felt like a movie, unlike or every other Wattfi feels like a Wattfi. But that 2023 felt like a proper narrative that felt like exactly this. It fit alongside Western Spaghetti, and it's got to be perfect, even though it was lighter in tone, because it was just written more similarly, because it was, you know, it wasn't just you know, they wrote the beginning, then they had a bunch of random challenges that were unrelated, and then they had the ending. Like it felt like one like coherent story, which they abandoned with 2024 for some reason. That was a massive mistake.
Yeah.
So for 2025, if you must have it be part of an arc, please bring. If you're not going to bring back the format from Wattfi 2023, make a new format that allows you to write a proper story,
creative.
and don't do challenges again.
I think
Because
I
Wattfi
think how it
20
should happen is that I think how it should happen is that the way that Wattfi works is that I think it should there should be like an episode before it that gives context and gives a reason for the Wattfi to exist. Just so give it a reason, a singular episode that's connected to the Wattfi, and just sort of like that, just reason for why the Wattfi should exist in the first place. Just put it out there. Not a full blown arc.
I think like the one thing I will give Wattfi 2024, because I will say I did enjoy it. I'm not going to say it's the best one, because it's far from it.
In its defense, all the Wattfis are enjoyable. The lawsuit arc, for its problems, is enjoyable. It's just not written well.
Exactly.
The problem with Wattfi 2024 is it's the most Wattfi of all time. It is the most Wattfi of all time. There's no better way to describe it. It's the most generic, predictable, like it's.
Yeah, exactly. That was my.
It's
critique of it,
2022 to the extreme.
I could have been able to predict everything that was gonna happen. That being said, I will say that the way that they did the challenges this time, because it was more of a carnival, I thought that was kind of cool. It was better than like something like all of Wattfi 2022, where it felt like it actually like helped the overall narrative, because like they're in a theme park, so it kind of works. But
I'll have to come to the lawsuit arc's defense here. At least the lawsuit arc was just a generic Wattfi. Wattfi 2024 is like a weird amalgamation of Wattfi 2018 and Wattfi 2021 with the ending. Yeah, it's so like that's why I say it's the Wattfi of all time. Yeah, because the problem is it comes after it comes after the lawsuit arc. And so at least Wattfi 2022 has the one thing over 2024 being it was before 2024, and so like 2024 is even worse because it's just because it comes after.
That's a huge
you know what, the music
is the leggy like death scene, like with quotations, that completely copied Axel and Melanie's from 2021.
Yes.
Like a complete ripoff.
Yes.
And I really didn't like it, because like, don't get me wrong, it was still sweet, but I'm just like, it's not as impactful, because Axel was an actual main cast character that people like. Like one of my favorite SMG4 movies is the Meggy movie. And like Axel like was really well written, like with that, as well as Meggy. Like I think that was peak writing back then. 2019 to 2020 was my favorite.
Like she beginning the Meggy movie exists.
Yeah,
like the Meggy movie. Like whenever I think of it, it's like actual peak.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. But
And
like
now
I
it was
loved
like, yeah,
how
yeah.
amazing and well written it was. And like honestly, it's still one of my favorite episodes or just like overall videos that SMG4 has done, period. But
Mm.
like I just one thing I didn't like is like on how much like if I watched the Maggie movie nowadays and then I watched like Wattfi 2024, I would have been like I was like, oh, okay, because like it seems like it like in terms of animation it's gotten a lot better, but in terms
Yeah.
of writing it's gone like a lot worse. Because in the
It's
Maggie movie it was 45 minutes, but the 45 minutes I was still able to spend time with every character. Even Desti, who was dead, I still felt like it still felt like she was written well. The few scenes that she was in, it still felt like Desti. It still felt like that it was a good ending to a good character. With this, it just
yeah.
felt like challenges, problem, and then boom, all of a sudden ending and Mr. Puzzle's in jail. Like it just that's how Wallaby went for me, and it just I like a progression in the story, like in Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3. And with that, it just felt like Act 1 and Act 2 were the same thing. Like that, but that was just me.
Yeah, I
You know what I
think
want?
with like
Oh wait, you go.
yeah, I think for like what they honestly for me for my genuine reaction, I didn't find for me I didn't find what they as bad. There's just something that hit me with what they that I'm not sure what it. I it's hard for me to explain, but I think like one like the score at the beginning of the what they got me pretty hyped for it, like the orchestral version of the Puzzle Vision jingle that got me quite that
Yeah.
hit me in the nerve a lot, and I think that was really cool. I hope they do that more with opening scores and that because that was like just brilliant music. I don't want it to change. It's always good with music. That's one big redeeming part of what the end. I can't explain it. There is something I like about Watford 2024 that I think is like just something on a personal kind of thing. But then again, I do understand everything with like just sort of like the whole leggy thing just felt just off in that and how it just ended abruptly in that. I didn't mind it as much, honestly. I didn't mind everything as much, but just yeah, everything just like came out really suddenly and that. It's just like, and actually another thing is that I think the way they marketed Watford 2024 was so weird. There was like these posters and images of like, you remember the Freak Show poster? Remember that shit? It's like, what happened with that? What
Yeah.
happened with that? None of that got mentioned in the
The
actual
trailer-
fucking thing.
The trailer suggested that the other characters
Yeah.
would be like I don't know, like it's so
Exactly.
boring how in the Watford they're just mind controlled. Like
Yeah, right.
Kinda.
the trailer
hated
the
that.
trailer suggested that they would be like forced into the challenges too, so it's just a bit odd.
Yeah, it
That's
felt like
really weird.
everyone was actually gonna have a role, and I was so hyped for that. And that's
And
just
then they didn't.
yeah.
Yeah. To
Like
where
at
it
least
became,
market what's gonna happen
yeah.
in the movie. Like I get it. You can make a few things up, or like you could cut a few things because that happens. Like
There is
for
the
example,
chance.
the movie I released the movie trailer like all the way back before I released my movie, and there was a
Yeah.
whole scene with like airships because there was gonna be like an airship battle. I ended up cutting that from the overall movie just because
Yeah.
I thought it would be better without it.
Yeah,
But, like,
I think because it's like
things
yeah.
like that happen. But
Yeah.
like if you're going to make the whole point of the trailer like every character like looking like they're like on edge, like they're like being threatened, and then you cut that from the Wattv, that's kind of the whole point of your trailer. Like at least show other things. Like,
Yeah,
I
that is
don't know.
definitely. They just need to sort of like. I think what needs to happen is that the team just needs to just give a big old stop and think sort of thing. Just really think everything out. They really need to just sort of like sort out their management and that because, I mean, I will say for like Medi and X, the writers of the show, I think like, you know, they've done a lot, and I think it's just like I think just what needs to happen. They just need to just sort of just like set everything in stone early on, like throughout like January and February, have like just jokey episodes, just random stuff in that, and but in the background, just think everything out. Okay, this arc's gonna have that. This is gonna happen all here. I think they just need to make sure they set everything in solid stone, because if they do that, it means that the plot will be less messy. Hopefully,
Yeah.
Yeah.
just sort of that.
So
Yeah, just management just really needs to be sorted out. I think that's what needs to happen.
yeah, unlike the
Yeah, that
Puzzle
is one of,
Vision
like-
saga and to a much lesser extent the Cosmology saga, like this time, for whatever they do this year, they need to actually map out what is going to happen this year, and if it goes into next year, they need to plot it all out. Like, need to have a clear plan so we don't get into this mess
And
we did in
stick with it,
2024.
and stick with it.
So the thing is, I don't think they
Yes.
had. I don't think it's not like in 2024, like they had a plan and they like broke away from it. It's just the problem with 2024 is that they realized Mr. Puzzles was so popular they had to bring them back, and so the Meme Factory arc and the Wattfee arc were just like made up as they went. Is the problem? They need to have a plan and stick to it, like at the beginning of the year. Also,
But yeah, I feel
yeah.
like this. Wait, I'm
oh,
going.
you go.
I
my
feel
guy.
like this. Yeah, so I feel like this is one of like the biggest problems. One of the biggest problems with SMG4, them not planning ahead. It has happened with the Genesis arc, the Revelations arc, where like they have not planned anything ahead, and then there's just all these plot holes.
Yeah.
So yeah, now it's
Yeah.
happening with 2024, 2025, and yeah.
Hmm.
So,
Oh yeah.
like,
Speaking of plot holes, just going on another little, just a very small side tangent here. Remember the second floor of the castle? Remember
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember
that
that.
still
yeah,
exists.
that's what I want answered. Like,
Hopefully,
I
let's get that shit
They
sorted.
just
'cause Jesus
they
Christ.
just forgot about that. And the thing is, that second floor was also a door, or what stop it. That's all that's stopping the map from being released. Is those two things. So please just do it
Yeah.
already.
like
Unless
just do it.
Unless
like,
the modeling, unless like I don't
swear.
know much about 3D modeling, because like I'm pretty sure like
It
they
has
might
to
just
be
having
done. Like,
issues.
surely they've done
Yeah.
it now. Like,
to be
there's
done.
no way it's just been
Like-
left unfinished.
I'm just saying, if we get another extent, because like we have the Meme Factory, we have SMG like 3's Bob Cafe, and like if we get like an amusement park area because of the rides they stole from Disneyland, if we get that before the stuff in the castle, I'm done. I'm so
Oh
done,
wait,
'cause-
well that was a thing. I forgot about that. They stole the
Because-
stuff, didn't they, or
yeah.
something? I can't remember.
And that also, I'm
Yeah.
also just saying that also it creates another issue because they keep on like closing and like getting rid of all the things that made SMG4ish. Like Disney World was like some of the funniest moments in SMG4, like the road trip. So that just means every time we get anything to do with like Disney World or anything like that, it's just gonna be another remaster. And I'm not trying to be nitpicky, but I really don't like them because the thing that made the old one so special is that it felt like when I watched an episode, I waited till next week to progress the story. Even if like the episodes had nothing to do with each other, I felt like, well, at least like it's stuff is happening. It feels like things are going on, and like I feel like I'm actually watching something for a purpose. But if I'm watching just remasters and SMG4 and SMG3 ranked stuff and then an episode, I'm like, okay, so the last 2 weeks did not matter at all in terms of story. Like I really am not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of the current way things are.
Oh my god, I need to talk about this. So, firstly, before I
no.
expand on your point, the problem with the Wattfee 2024 trailer is that what it was presenting was way more interesting than what we got. And now, moving on to what you were saying, basically, this year, like, the episodes have been doing, like, what they've been doing has just been awful. Like, so firstly, the remaster videos, like, I have no interest in them. Like, the
I've
problem,
reacted to them. There was
like,
no point.
they're very faithful, and I like that. That's cool. But I've not been watching I did not watch the previous two that released because I was like, I know what it's just the same thing, just made higher quality. There's no point. It's wait, what 5 of those this
Ten
year?
more scenes.
There's like 50 episodes in a year. 5 of them, like, so that's 10% of the episodes this year have just been remakes, and it's like that's just
And then
taking
the
up.
SMG4
Well, I'd
is
rather just
really
have
crap.
I'd just rather have a normal episode than just a retread of something of like She's like, I don't. I'd rather you just make new things.
We-
And
yeah,
then,
we
and
got,
not
like,
only that, and not only is it the remastered 64, then they've obviously SMG4 crew. That's basically dead, right? There's only
Yeah,
three
yeah, no,
episodes,
that's
three
not-
episodes at the start of the year, and then they've just basically silently cancelled it. But as a result, clearly because those videos stopped getting so many views, they couldn't justify doing it. But now, because they still want to do those videos, they've every so often basically disguised a SMG4 crew video as a main channel, as a main series video. So you know the one, the New Year's one that we just got, that was a
Oh yeah,
reacts.
yeah. The one with swag though, that was kind of funny.
Yeah, the one with swag and the SMG3 one. The only, I don't want those in 2025. I just want normal episodes. But at the very least, I'll give them this. Like, those 2 episodes, the swag one and the SMG4 one, those were better than the normal, like, SMG4 crew videos, because they actually had a narrative, and so that actually made them somewhat interesting. So I'll give them, you know, I'll praise that. But please don't do those videos again, because it's just wasting episode slots. And then not only that, not only are they wasting time on that, they're then also wasting time with the Puzzle Vision parodies, which is like the ones after the arc, excluding the Explorer, the Dora one, which that actually served a point. But the Inside Out,
despicable one.
but like the Inside Out one, like
I was gonna say
I don't care for
Completely
these
pointless.
I don't care for these parodies. I don't think they're that funny, and I don't think they're missing the point if they think that's what people liked about the Puzzle Vision arc. So
They
don't
were
do
cool
that.
because of the horror aspect that was hidden inside.
Yeah,
Like,
and also I don't
cool
think they're
because of
that
the threat.
funny, and they're not, the parodies themselves aren't that interesting. Like, they're not the most
Super
creative
Mario.
parodies, and so please stop doing that. And then not only that, but they're doing the SMG4, the unscripted videos with SMG3. The thing is, though, I like those. So if you're gonna keep any of the series sub-series I've listed, keep them, because they're actually the funniest things I've been doing. Like, they are far funnier.
Yeah.
They are
Oh my
like,
god, the one where they wrote that
Yeah.
old person
Yeah,
script,
like,
I think he was my dad. That killed me.
yeah, the
That
Luke
killed
and
me.
Luke and Kevin as like individuals talking are way funnier than the writers, and so keep those episodes as a sub series. They're the only that's the only sub series you should keep, and yeah, basically just if you're gonna keep in 2025, just keep those. Get rid of everything else. Also, I'm not gonna lie, the unscripted video where they made the retirement home video idea was fun. It was way better than the actual when they actually made it. I'm just gonna say that. That's my
I
opinion.
agree with that.
Anyway,
So, I'm gonna add to that real quick. I 100% agree with that, because like I honestly think that they should make the SMG4 SMG3 thing, like the Wednesday video. Just replace that, because honestly, that'd be, even if they just like want to get even lazier, just live stream it and like not even put the animation in. It would still, I would still watch that. It's funny because the two have a funny like dynamic when they just go like improv things. It's actually funny and comedic. But if you're going to be using like that's over like 12, like honestly I think like close to like 15 videos that they wasted this year of doing videos like that, when those 15 could have been the character videos that we wanted, like the characters specific videos, like where's a Melanie video, where's a Psycho video, how about a Luigi video, like we could have gotten so much more than what we actually got, because they wanted to waste a lot of it doing things that nobody wanted. Like the remasters are cool, I get it, because like yes, you're acknowledging what made you the way you are today, and that's great, and I get that. But if you're just going to make that like a very frequent thing, it's not going to feel like the remaster special. It's just going to make it feel like, oh okay, it's just this week I can skip. It's gonna, like, if you do it in good doses, then it actually feels like a treat. Because like it's like if we had a SMG4 movie like every 3 months, then SMG4 events would feel really blah and boring. Or if we had an arc every other week, then it'd be like, oh okay. But if you do it at a good pace, then it feels like a reward for sticking with the series. And if you're just gonna waste most of the episodes by just making videos like the remasters or anything like that, then like that's just pointless for me.
Yeah,
Uh,
true. I really want to add what to what Null said and what Nickwick said. I feel like what SMG4 is doing, like ever since like the Puzzle Vision Saga, is experimenting. This year, no, last year, 2024, he was like experimenting with all these like new kinds of videos. Like what Nickwick said, the SMG4 and SMG3 videos, those are like, I mean, some were hit, some were miss, and obviously what Nono and Nickwick said, yes, some are like really good, but like some feel like just a waste of time. So from 2025, what I really want SMG4 to do is like look and see which ones are like good, because he's experimenting, right? He's like seeing which ones are good. So I really want him to like see which ones are good and keep them and keep using them.
Basically,
'Cause,
stop
like,
experimenting now, please. Stop. Just
oh, okay.
Like, yeah, just
yeah, and just
I
keep
think
the
yeah.
unscripted videos, and please just get rid of everything else. Just get rid of
Yeah.
all the other sub series.
Just bring back the 2023 formula. Simple.
And I was gonna say something else. What was I gonna say? Give me a minute. I was gonna say something. I've forgotten. Someone else talk.
all right. Well, like in terms of like, I want more frequent arcs, if that make like not super frequent, but like when we get a playlist, like that, like when you know that it's an actual arc. I want more character specific ones. Like, since we got a rapper Bob arc and all that, like to focus on Bob's character, I want one where we can like focus on everyone, so everyone gets a turn at character development. And I'm not saying like do the exact same formula each time. Like try to like switch it up, do other things. Like it's okay, but I want to actually like in 2025, I want to see other characters besides SMG4, SMG3, Mario, or Meggy getting character development.
Yes.
Or if Tari's going to get any, I actually want it to stick.
I think they should bring back traditional arcs. It's been long enough.
Exactly, I agree with that. I think like the reason why the anime arc is my favorite is because it didn't end with a Wadfi. Because they didn't want to do it. They just wanted to tell a good story.
It was one
And
continuous
that's what I
story.
love it.
It was one continuous story. Every other arc since then has not been like, even like the Genesis arc. That wasn't a continuous story that had like filler basically in between. Like that anime arc was the only real time there was like just one. Like, because the problem with the Waluigi arc is that it wasn't originally planned out, and so it's not so much an arc as it's a bunch of episodes which is hinting at something to come, and then at the end it becomes more like of a proper story.
Yeah.
And Rapper Bob arc is sort of at the same.
Beautiful.
Rapper Bob arc is sort of in the same boat where it like like the first 2 episodes are basically just normal episodes, and then I think probably after that second one they were like, oh, we can make an arc, and so then became an arc. The anime arc is the only real arc which is one continuous story that was planned out from the beginning, and so that's why it's just so unique. And I wish they could do that again.
Yeah, because like it actually felt like we were following along with something, because we wanted to know like what was gonna happen now that anime got banned. So like, what's Psycho gonna do? She can't get back into the kingdom. Who's this Axel guy? How is he gonna be able to help? Like, what's the how is Meggy gonna be able to win the new Splatfest? Like what's like, how is this gonna happen? Like, what's the rivalry between Dusty and Meggy? Like, how's that gonna go down? It was a bunch of subplots, but they all ended up linking together as the episodes continue.
Yeah.
And that seeing that all unfold was absolutely fantastic, and it made me so excited each week. I was like, oh, it's Saturday. Okay, yeah, next episode, let's go. And then like it just kept on getting better and better and better. And the ending towards it, they made Meggy getting a redesign actually matter, like seeing that like she lost a part of her and she had to learn to accept this new part of her, when hence why the Meggy movie came out, which was also beautifully written. And it was showing that it was showing not only character growth but character development for every single character, because Bob actually was like starting to help out. He was part of the mafia, but then he ended up joining he ended up just realizing that, okay, I'm just gonna stick with the good guys. It was still comedic relief, but it was still showing that he cared about his friends. And that's what I love about the cast, is that they're a bunch of misfits that usually shouldn't work together, but in this case they do because they all have the same thing in mind. They all care about each other, and they just want to have a fun time. Like and like, support each other.
Because yeah, I just realized the arcs nowadays are much shorter than the arcs they did like back then. Like back then, it used to be
They've gone down
10
from
episodes. Yeah,
Yeah,
10
now they've gone
episodes
down to,
down
like-
to 3 episodes.
yeah, like 6 episodes to now 4, and that is like, yeah, Jesus Christ, they've gotten way shorter.
Yeah, but even
Like,
like because even some of the older ones, like like the ones that they actually put in the arc like playlist, they kind of miss a few that should be in there, but just because it was setting it up, they don't count it.
Yeah, for some reason the Revelations arc, like the to become a god episode, should have been in the playlist. Like, because if not, the deity form comes out of nowhere. So it's like, why wasn't that in the playlist? That's so bizarre. That should have been in there.
Yeah, I agree with that. Just anytime anyone like is about to start an arc for their series, I wanted to start when the story is just developing, so I know how to follow along.
Yeah, because the puzzle vision arc started and it's gonna be perfect, and it's like still going. Like what?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd say
like,
it's
yeah,
over.
The puzzle vision, the puzzle vision playlist. I get it. It's just all the episodes that have the puzzle vision logo, but they should have included the no TV, no Mario Okie Dokie or whatever it was called.
Oh, well,
it should have started with that.
That playlist is so weird. Right, so basically, it was obviously meant to indicate like the exclusively like Puzzle Vision brand episodes. But then obviously they added onto it like the ones that came out after, even if it's just so weird. Like just like after the Puzzle Vision art movie, like what they should have done is that they should have left that playlist alone, and like 'cause, you know, if you follow that playlist, then you get the Explorer video, which okay, that makes sense, but then you get the Despicable Me one without the episodes before and after that, and then you get the Inside Out. It's just so weird, and it doesn't include Watfee. It only includes the ones that are technically Puzzle Vision, and so I think that playlist is just so weird, and I don't think it really serves any purpose after the movie. So what they should have done is that after the movie, they should have just made one big playlist for the whole saga that also included what happened afterwards, so the Meme Factory and the Watfee, and then
I agree.
They should just make an official playlist for it, because there's a bunch of like continuity. There's a bunch of continuity here that new viewers are going to struggle to find, like, and piece together.
The puzzle saga.
Yeah, just do that.
Yeah.
Because don't get me wrong, like it would probably be like a lot of videos, because even like it's something like It's Got to Be Perfect, he was like even mentioned, but like it would just be best for the viewer, because as someone who likes to like go back and like rewatch some of the videos, it's good to have everything sorted, because as a channel that has a lot of videos on it, you want to be able to like go and just watch the ones that'll help you like follow the story. I don't want to have to go guess like playing a guessing game. Like it's
because like there is like I consider like, because the playlist I made for the Puzzle Vision saga has a total of 63 episodes.
Jesus.
That also, I mean, that does, to be fair, it includes like the live streams and the trailers.
Oh.
And that's what. So it's probably What happened to those?
Honestly,
why did they just stop doing those? Those were like really cool.
Yeah, my favorite one was the Western Spaghetti one. As much as like there's so much I would like change about the Western Spaghetti movie. But overall, I would still say that was probably the most hyped movie out of all of them.
I know, that was like
it still checked off every box that I have as a fan and as what I want to see in SMG4, because it also even had fan service, because they also like reference Axel and Dusty, and like that was an amazing surprise, and so like it rewarded the older viewers, but also like it had a great story. The one thing I just wish they would have fixed is a bit of the pacing, just a bit. And also, Tari's character development. I wish they actually would have kept it after the movie.
Yeah, that's not the movie's fault though. But yes,
I don't take it away from
everything
the movie. I take
after
it away from the
everything after that came out after that movie in retrospect like ruins it. Like it's everything new that comes out ruins it in retrospect. Because first you've got obviously the character development that gets completely forgotten. Like the not only Tari's thing, but Megi's coaching thing is forgotten. And then obviously
Again.
the whole like puzzle vision like mystery that it's just that the rest of spaghetti just creates a bunch of questions because like you see the logo for it in the movie and Meggy recognizes it, but that's never explained, and so it's just a plot. It's a plot hole that movie has now. Well, it's not in the whole saga because, and then not only that, but also because Western Spaghetti is by far one of the darkest, and also just it's just such a it was such a grand like the movie just had like that movie. I don't think there's ever been a video by SMG4 that's felt so high quality. Like just everything about it. Like, it really did feel like a proper movie. It was the longest video ever as well, and the animation was good throughout, and the story was well done. And that's just so when the Puzzle Vision movie came out, that was just such a letdown because it just did not live up to anything in Western Spaghetti. Not in tone, not in like quality, not in like
the parodies they showed in the Puzzle Vision movie were great. But the ending, just like everything, like with Mario, just the dynamic with like how Mr. Puzzles was acting, it all fell flat, and it just made him look like a joke.
Yeah, so what I want for 2025, which I think would be really cool, please do 2 movies again in a year. I'd love that.
Yeah.
Not like a night. The problem with a night at SMG4 is that it's like it's just it's a bit of a letdown. Like a 20-minute sure it's cool we got a longer than usual episode, but like I just wanted something more because that Meme Factory arc was so like short and rushed at the end, especially. Like what I was hoping for and what I thought they were building up to was the meme games to bring that back because obviously the meme.
That's what I was thinking.
That's what I thought. I was so convinced that was what was going to happen. So what they should have done was they should have done so a night at SMG4 should have ended with Mr. Puzzles taking control, and then the meme games should have happened afterwards. And he's the host.
That's one thing I want.
That's what they should have done.
I want the meme games.
Yeah, and bring that back. They should bring that back this year. 100%.
Yeah, that's.
I really liked that video. It's a shame that they just dropped it. And instead we got like 5 remasters instead.
Yeah, no, like if we got to choose like one thing to change for 2025, like for me, I'd say the biggest question I want answered in terms of that is I want them to go more in depth of what is that virus that's going, like I want a more definitive answer of what's going on with that like virus in the chasm, because like is it spreading, is it just in the chasm so we don't have to worry about it? Like I want to know, how does Mr. Puzzles have access to that? Like what, like how, like why is that a thing? Why, like if you're going to, because the thing I hate about the Puzzle Vision movie is that in the thumbnail Mario is in Peach's castle running away from that sludge, and that wasn't shown at all in the movie. Mario was barely in the movie, and I hate that.
Well, I mean, in the movie's defense, it was just referencing the events of It's Got to Be Perfect. I don't think, but yeah, I do think they could have done something more interesting. Like, they could have involved the plot of that movie somehow, like in a more interesting way than just it gets referenced in one line. But we got what we got.
Like, I'm not a fan of like when you just leave something and just forget it. Like, and I know SMG4 is famous for that because it still is a YouTube show. Like, we also need to remember we can't be like, oh, it has to be picture perfect. But that being said, they also have a lot of writers. They have a lot of help, and
it becomes a giant mess.
Like, the thing is, you also have a community that keeps track of everything for you. Like, someone has written down all the events, all the lore, and like you have a whole community that does your work for you. You just need to look at it and listen. I'm not saying like make the viewers just do everything the viewers say, because then the show would suck. You do need to also remember there's a difference between listening to the viewers and just being a blatant idiot.
Right,
if that
so
makes any sense.
the thing is, like, I know you said this is just a YouTube channel, and yeah, that is true, and expecting the highest quality is like kind of insane. Like, obviously not, but like in like 2019 and 2021, they had like the continuity pretty like well sorted out, and like
Exactly.
there wasn't too many. So
They
they
did.
can do it. They can have it. They can have it, the continuity not be messy.
Yeah.
The second
Yeah.
point is that the writers are paid. Like, it's a paid position. It's a job.
Yeah.
So I would
It
expect
is.
you to have the lore and like just the continuity in relatively good shape at the very. I would expect you to have a good
Yeah,
grasp on it.
Exactly.
So the
It-
fact that it's
yeah.
got so messy and there's so many dropped like plot points and so many plot holes in the newest stuff, it's like, wait, but I expect better, and I think it's very fair to expect better when you know
It-
like,
it
there are
is.
there
Yeah.
are paid.
It's fair when you've seen it.
The
before.
writers are
Like,
professionals and they are
Mm.
paid in. You know, it's their job, so I expect more.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That needs to happen.
I
but-
honestly, okay. One thing I do want to talk about is how come they keep on hinting towards Luigi dying?
I don't. I think that's just a
Running joke.
coincidence.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
joke.
is
I
this
think that is
just
just pure coincidence.
Yeah.
I don't
really
think
hope-
they
I
killed
hope they don't-
Luigi.
I honestly, I don't want them to.
No, they won't.
Because
They can't
like,
kill the gay man. They
No,
can't.
they just won't do it. They're not going to
Yeah.
kill off a big character like that. Magaria,
Yeah.
are you
Could
going to say
not.
something?
Everyone would
There's-
go ballistic.
Because like
And they know
literally,
that.
Luigi is the last thing SMG4 has in terms of like Nintendo IPs being used. But even that, like, I get Mario is a thing, but like, he's the only reason. Like, let's be real here. Like, Mario is like the thing that's like holding the channel in terms of that, because we don't get any more of those parody episodes because we didn't get a Princess Peach Showtime like parody episode because Peach is basically dead. We didn't
Yeah,
get anything
Peach is-
about the Mario vs. Donkey Kong reboot, the Luigi's Mansion 2 remake, the Paper Mario
Mhm.
Thousand Year Door, Brother Ship. We didn't get nothing.
Yeah,
This, like,
Luigi doesn't need Mario as sort of the brothership one, but that felt like a very big coincidence.
yeah,
that-
I'm just like
yeah.
it keeps on like it's like they keep on ignoring like the parodies that they would have done. It just so they could like release something that we just don't really want or need.
Mm,
Will the meme guardians return?
Hmm.
Probably.
Anyway,
Does this
Magar-
person know what SMG stands for? Because we have two meme guardians that appear all the bloody time, my guy.
anyway,
It obviously makes sense.
I don't think they're gonna train it together again. I think that's done.
yeah, Magaria,
Yeah.
were you going to say something?
Sorry, bro.
I mean, I was gonna build off what Nick said quite a while ago, but he was saying something about SMG4 listening to the fans, and I was just
Yeah.
thinking, oh yeah, what part of the SMG4 fan base should SMG4 listen to? The theorists, SMG4 theory.
Yes, please listen
Yeah,
to
for
us.
real.
To
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
Ignore everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. In fact,
Yeah.
no, Cube,
No,
Cube tweeted. Cube did a no reference.
Yeah.
At some point
I'm
on Twitter.
official. I'm
saying
canon. I'm canon.
Yeah, and so hopefully we can just pray that Cube somehow watches this live stream at some point, and maybe all of our problems get solved. That is the
This
one
is
thing we
literally
can
just, like,
pray for.
SMG4 Christmas.
Notice us.
Like the SMG4
Something like that.
2025.
Notice us higher ups of the memes. Notice us. Okay, I'm gonna stop doing that. That's
Yeah.
well weird.
Yeah. Like, are we ever gonna see extra FM in the series again?
No, I think they're in a
Cube
weird
keeps saying
spot
they die.
because they're in a weird spot
Hmm.
because obviously they're a bit odd to have like the recolored Mario's with new SMG4
Yeah.
and
So
SMG3.
Bloopersville is also gone.
So I think that's gonna just ignore still got a memory hole that I don't think we're ever
Yeah.
seeing them again.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me because
And yeah,
why introduce it in the 10-year anniversary movie to just never mention it again after? Because like literally the next arc after like they finished like the Genesis and Revelations was giving them a redesign and then they never mentioned it again.
The thing I will say about FMX, like those characters, you know, obviously they're like obviously I understand the sort of like history. They like have a long history on the channel, and so it'd be cool to have a nod to them. But like I'm not too heartbroken by them not appearing because they're not like what is there to those characters? Like those characters are not the most interesting thing. So like
Yeah, they just exist.
Yeah, they just sort of
Yeah,
exist. So it's like I'm not like they should those characters should be respected because they're they're important to the channel's history. But like I don't actually care that much, and people who care that much, I just don't really understand why.
Yeah, I see why like someone like would be like begging for like Dusty or Axel, but like characters like X and FM, I also get like because like a few of them are like funny, like the cop, like that blue Mario that was just the cop. He was funny.
Yeah.
But
I know for real life,
also, like,
there's like real life reasons, but the only Mario recolor I care about is Enzo. Like they should make a character that is a spiritual successor to him because they can't bring him back for real life reasons.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
And then there's no other recolor characters that I care about. You know, some people want Starman back, but he's like a pedophile or something, so we can't bring him back. So we can't bring him back 'cause he's a pedophile.
No, everyone wants to kill that piss stain. No, who wants that piss stain on the show again?
Like, okay, another thing I don't get that people ask about, like, why do people want Greg the alien to come back?
I don't.
Like,
is that even serious? Like, do people seriously want
I've
that
had
back?
actual people like who like in my comments saying like, hey, do you want like, don't you think that Greg should also be brought back? I'm like, I don't even remember. Didn't he only appear like in one episode? Like one or two?
He died in the YouTube arc. That's where he died.
I know he died in the YouTube arc, but I'm just like,
yeah.
There's
He barely
no way.
appeared.
I understand for Axel or Desi, like, but even then, I also don't really get Desi, because she appeared in like 5 episodes. Like,
Yeah.
Like Axel, like because like he was like we at least were able to be with him for like 2 years, but like Desi, I still do at least understand because like you're able to like build like a love for the character. But I'm also just like flabbergasted at like Greg because I'm like, who even remembers him? I barely do. I just know that Mario didn't want him to die.
I mean, here's the thing. I've got like every single character like ingrained into my head, so like I can't really say that I forgot about this character because
I forgot them.
I just that's just me. But yeah, like I do not get why people want that Greg back. He's a fucking alien.
The thing is, I don't really know what you guys are talking about because I've not ever seen anyone seriously ask for him back. So I don't actually think.
I'm
really
talking about
anyone
in my comment section, like when like I make like
Yeah, I'm not denying anyone that isn't asking for him back. I'm just saying I don't really think like enough. I don't think like it's like a major like sort of like a. There's not many people like actually asking for him back. Like it might be a few people, but it's not like a serious sort of like.
Unlike the very few,
Unlike people wanted Axel back, where they made a change.org petition about it. That was funny. Like, I'm not even joking.
There's
someone made a change.org petition to bring him back. That was really funny.
I might need to sign that. but like,
is Macroma dead?
Okay. Yeah, Macroma.
You Macroma, you there?
Macroma?
I don't know.
Well,
Lucky boy.
I think it's safe to assume he's dead, so I don't know.
R.I.P.
Rip Macroma in the chat, everyone.
Yep, F in the chat.
F in chat.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
this is one.
Oh, I can't make a poll. Oh, it'd be funny if someone makes no made a poll just saying F in chat.
I don't know how to do that. I have to check.
I'm gonna be real. Like this is like the first like YouTube stream I've been on in like a long time.
This is the first ever stream I've ever been a part of, and now we get to say F in chat.
F.
Anyway, so is there any other point anyone wants to like want to talk about? They've got in their mind.
Sorry.
Would you mind? Actually, no. You just say what you want to say, Nick.
I just wanted to ask everyone, since like I don't know the answer. Who is everyone's favorite character? Like if you had to choose one, who's your favorite?
Oh, now you've got me in a tricky dicky here.
I don't know. That's my answer.
I actually don't. Honestly, okay. I am going to go full on Tism mode here, and I'm going to say that there is a very specific reason to why Mr. Puzzles is like my favorite personally. It's because for me, there is just something I find Mr. Puzzles to be. He is like a character that could work in so many different ways.
His
He could work
design
as
is
a
so
comedic
good.
villain,
His
creepy
design
villain.
is so
It's
good.
like his design is
S tier.
top tier.
Yeah.
It's like in any kind of because like Mr. Puzzle can act like really comedic, and his design works. His goofy looking faces at times, and just his overall vibe, it works. But then for a creepy standpoint for Mr. Puzzles, like think of it, he is tall. He is a tall guy. Like in terms of SMG4 characters, he is tall, and he is so weirdly lanky in that. And whenever you see Mr. Puzzles is TV head off, like when it's not displaying a face, there is just something so sinister and lifeless about him. There is just this weird thing. Like imagine if Mr. Puzzles had died, and then just think of like what if he just got up and just like woke up as like a zombie kind of thing that doesn't talk and just slowly moves around with like just imagine like a scene where like the puzzle vision jingle is like playing really slowly and it's just like a slow piano like theme. When something like that happens, it's like there's just something so sinister and cold about it. It's like there's like you can't put your finger on it, but it's just sort of like something so just weird about him and that. And he also works in like it's just the way Mr. Puzzles works is like if he was done really well, he's had these 4 different stages in the saga. If it wasn't so messy, he starts off as mysterious, then he would come off as manipulative in the puzzle vision arc. Then he would go from comedic in the meme factory, and then he would go from a person that's too angry to die in What for 2024. That's how I would like. That's how like Mr. Puzzles goes. He goes in those different stages and that, and that's what I love about him. His potential is so high, and I just wish he was done way better. Honestly,
I guess I'd have to say he's my favourite character too, because literally like half my videos have him in the title and thumbnail, and like my channel's built off his back. So I guess I have to say that.
I know. Yeah,
he's my favourite.
He is your piggy bank.
I will say I also owe Mr. Puzzles a lot. Like I voiced him. I still voice him for Tara Universe. And he means a lot to me in terms of a character.
Yeah, so he does like, do a lot of this.
When he's written well, he's good.
Well, the problem is,
unfortunately with that, he's very inconsistently written.
I don't think he's written well, but he's just very entertaining. There's just something. Not only is the design good, and he's just usually entertaining, but he's also
carries the character.
Yeah, he's just some reason just carries everything he's in, despite the fact that he's like he's written badly. Like Wrestl's like it's inconsistent. It's inconsistent as hell, and it's just like. But for some reason, he's captivating. Probably because of design.
I know.
Largely, it's just so much you can do with it, like with their faces. And
he also spawned in Puzzle Vision After Show, and just yeah.
Yeah, guys, go watch.
He's also the cause of
That's another reason why I don't like everything that came after the Puzzle Vision arc, because After Show is like setting it up like beautifully. Because
what I tried to do with it,
the canon. I was like, that should be the canon.
Yeah, I tried to like make it so it can fit in canon, and that's why I haven't. Yeah. I've sort of I don't know if I'll say cancelled it, but like I haven't worked on episode 2 because like what they've done. Basically, one, I've completely lost interest in what they're doing. Like
100%.
And also like they've done some stuff that's like, oh well, I mean that's not really where I thought it would go, and that sort of conflicts with what I've done.
That's what I've constantly.
But what I'm trying to do with that is basically explain all the plot holes in the previous, like that the movie created with previous, movies and stuff. That's why I explained how Meggy knew the symbol and stuff.
Yeah.
But also I wanted to just give his backstory, which was so shallow and poorly thought through. I wanted to give it way more depth and to give it more of an give him more of an emotional. Just
how
more
you
emotional
referenced the
depth.
BoyerCon and all that.
Yeah,
That
and
was
also
really
that, as a
amazing.
fun bonus, I made the lawsuit art more interesting in retrospect.
Yeah, I loved it.
And then the
I
final thing I was
so-
doing was I was just making I was cleaning out the lore and not only expanding the lore in an interesting way,
right.
but also I wanted to clean up all the creative control 5 stars thing. That's
Yeah,
one of my
right.
main things. I wanted to do.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
made it rewarding for watching. Like each part I watched, I felt like I earned a bit more knowledge about the lore of the story, and I knew what was
Yeah.
going to be like. It felt like it felt like how the writing was back in 2019. Like for watching the full thing, I felt like I actually was rewarded because I was able
Indeed.
to see it progress.
Hmm.
That's one
Yeah.
thing I did really enjoy
After
about
show,
After
I think. I think After Show just genuinely was done just brilliantly. I
Thanks.
genuinely do think. I think it was.
I mean,
absolutely
obviously,
amazing.
in
taking out the
retrospect,
boxes.
there's probably things I could have done differently, and obviously there's some weak parts in it. I'd say looking back, but yeah, I mean, I think I did better than what the writers of the show had
I was
to
gonna
do.
say
So.
it's
I genuinely
100%
do.
better than the Meme Factory. Let's be real.
I know.
I think what I did,
Yeah.
was compared to the Meme Factory, what I had was way the only thing they had over me was animation and probably the jokes, maybe. But
Honestly, no. I think some of that. Yeah. I generally
no,
got a
I
good kick out of
prefer
that. The
good writing.
Teletubby section that got a good chuckle out of me, and I think the animation works. When I say about stuff in terms of animation and that, I think I always appreciate just of who's behind it, because I always know that everyone's going to be on a different skill level. Some people are going to be better, some people are not. And you just got to appreciate it for knowing what skill set you are and see it as that, not just compare it to something that's to people who have obviously been in the animation stuff for many years and that. It's just sort of just knowing that, knowing what you can do. It is really impressive in that. Genuinely. If that made sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what do we talk about now then? What else is
it
there?
We could
was,
talk about fandom stuff. We could talk about,
Megaria
say-
still hasn't said who his favorite character is.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah.
Makoma
Okay.
is Makoma asleep? What happened? He's still here,
Look,
but
Rover. Should we just
Marcoma.
tell his girlfriend that he's just completely ghosted us in the live stream.
you can ask
Does
her
anyone-
if you have a can
I
talk
don't
to her,
have
but-
DMs.
Yeah,
I don't have a
don't
DM,
know.
but I could find it somewhere. Does anyone have Starvo's
I've
DMs?
I've stopped
Yeah,
over his DMs.
Just in the background, just ask where he's went,
not
because I'm
Chrome is
curious.
All right, then. In the meantime,
I'll,
while you're
I'll just
texting
ask her,
that,
can you wake Makoma up?
Yeah.
Wait, no, I probably shouldn't ask him. Can you, yeah, okay, I'll have to wake Makoma up. Can you wake Makoma up? He's currently dead.
He's ghosted us in
hell.
the live stream, that bastard.
bro has a question he has to answer.
Yes, he still owes us. Question.
The chat needs
Also-
to know who does he like.
They need
What's
the
his
juicy
favorite?
content.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of
Also,
juicy, yeah,
Megaria,
what
who's your
other-
favorite?
I mean, who was I supposed to say? Mario?
That's so boring.
Mario's your favorite?
Come on,
I
man.
mean, I'm Megario, so I'm Mega Mario,
yeah,
you know?
that's fair. That's
All
fair.
right, fair point. Never mind.
Yeah, no. I you know what? I will say my favorite episode where Mario was the star was that Saw episode. That was the funniest. I died laughing on during that one.
I remember.
I love the
Yeah,
one where he was egging
Mhm.
on the Jigsaw rip off that ended up being Waluigi. I loved that so
Yeah.
much. That was so funny.
Yeah. Also, I remember just sort of the very first thing that introduced me to SMG4 was a reaction compilation of Mario's Ultimate Spaghettiita, and holy shit, I just straight up died laughing on that. That was my introduction to SMG4. Honestly, 2017 SMG4 is
Ooh.
genuinely, in terms of comedy, my favorite. Just the
Yeah.
way it looks and the way it's done just kills me every time.
I got a pretty good question from Selena. Do you think SMG4 should have a female villain for the next arc?
Like that'd be
Honestly,
cool.
Gender
yeah, that would
equality.
be cool.
Gender equality.
I think gender equality.
cool.
Woo! No, I've
Just-
actually had the idea of,
Just make the
of
story
like a
good.
female villain at one point. Yeah, make the story good. Yeah, make it good. But yeah,
That would
Yeah,
be
honestly.
interesting.
Yeah,
That would
honestly,
be
'cause
an
I don't think we've had one, have we?
No.
we haven't. No,
Unless I mean,
unless you
yeah,
count
yeah.
unless you count Leggy in.
No, unless you count-
like arc wise.
Like, I mean, the only
Yeah.
thing sort of like that is Peach at the beginning of the anime arc. She was in the first half, the antagonist, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah,
But
and-
that doesn't count. That doesn't count.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
And
yeah, no, that would be.
the-
Oh yeah, and
the
actually in
end of Peach
2025, they should actually do something with Peach. That's what they should do. I forgot about
Right,
Yeah.
that.
that's what I'm saying.
I've had the idea where like due to the Goop's abilities, I've had the idea of like what if it like it started corrupting more things? What if it started like went beyond Peach and just sort of like just does we've got the princess right here. Why don't I do the entire fucking castle? I've had the idea of like where the entire castle just becomes a
Yeah.
giant monster that rises up from the ground or something like that.
Yeah. Also,
And
that could
all of
like
that
they
stuff.
could also make it like spread to like Bloopersville or something to explain like that's
Yeah.
why like that hasn't
Yeah.
been appearing at all.
That would explain like why Peach like kidnapped Meggy in that moment. Is because she wanted to corrupt her as well with
Right.
doing that, which actually makes me wonder. It made me wonder like why would she kidnap Pete? No. And why would she kidnap Meggy, but then beat the living shit out of SMG4? Is it because of the grudges Peach has towards SMG4, or is it because like maybe like SMG4 has some kind of like immunity to the goo? Like that could be like an interesting plot, like SMG4 or Mario is that they have like an immunity to the goo. Like what we
Yeah.
saw when Mario was touching the goo in that, it wasn't really affecting it. I mean, it was sort of like licking him or something like that. I don't know what it was doing, but it's just
Corrupted
something
or
like
something.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that'd be fun.
That'd
Okay,
be
well,
really
so
fun.
anyways, if I had to choose a favorite character, that's not Axel because that's pretty obvious that that's my favorite. I honestly would probably say nowadays, Bob. I'm not gonna lie, because
Oh wait, yeah, I just realized Swag and Chris exist.
Swag, like I was gonna say Swag and Chris,
Swag.
but I'm just like they aren't used enough for me to choose them personally. I will say the only reason why I'll say like Bob like over like Tari or something is just because when he's funny, he's funny. Like,
Oh wait,
he's
can I
yeah,
say something about Bob in 2025? Can they make him funny again? Because like
Yeah,
literally,
right.
he was
Like,
written.
what if-
He's always
Yeah.
been written well, but after he got redesigned for some reason, I don't know, it
Yeah.
like correlated with that. He just became completely unfunny.
I know.
He was okay.
Something
He was funny
happened.
in South Park though. He was funny in South Park, like in
Yeah.
like, the South Park parody and the Rick and Morty
That got-
parody. That was funny.
Yeah.
was kinda-
But also, I want to say that I actually kind of want to see like there's like these really rare odd occasions where the show just becomes where an episode is like really funny, and an example of that is the Watermelon Man. Watching through the episode, there are so many parts that get me in that episode. There's just those rare moments where you
We've got a new person.
I have
Really? Is he really?
Bro,
Alright, fine.
He
Well,
wanted
yeah,
to
yeah,
join.
GWS
Oh,
of 26 film.
He wanted to
Yes.
join. Hello,
Yeah, I
Mr.
wanted to join. I had some points
Anyway,
to say, but,
Mr.
like, they all got, like,
26,
so-
to introduce you, I don't really know much about you. Who are you? What do you do?
he has created a show on his own YouTube channel called The Forgotten
Bro, why
Reel.
you yeah, I do know a lot of SMG4. Like, I watched him a lot, but I'm friends with Justin, Megari, and Macroma and TNC. So
Anyway,
Yes,
what do
He
you want to
has made
say?
2 theories on the SMG4 theory channel.
Okay, so what do you want to
Yes.
say, Mr. 26?
well, most of them have just been explained and stuff. So like, but I have been messaging Justin and TNC lots about some stuff like. What if the Malice Chasm, like the corruption stuff, spreads to like the prison where Mr. Puzzles is, and like it like corrupts him so that it gives him the ability to break out, or it like wears off the prison's like defenses, and he's just able to like escape. You know?
Wait, so question, how would you, like, this is a question for everyone, how would you, like, bring back Peach? Like, what sort of story would you tell about that?
Sorry, here, someone else could go first.
Magario, you go.
Maybe the mush. I mean, the theory that we made on the SMG4 theory channel, the goop is like a it'll spread, and well, I don't know how to explain it, but like, the goop will basically just it might do something in order to get Peach out, and like, and some arc would happen, but I don't know.
Probably
Honestly,
go the route of the theory I did for the 12 Theories of Christmas is that it's like the gang forgets about it because they, you know, those guys are prone to forgetting everything in terms of like something that's important. So like, but it ends up like spreading like underneath the kingdom and starts like showing up in like the showgrounds, and like it like startles some of the people that like Maggie's training somebody or something, and Mario and SMG4 are like just like chilling out in the castle or something, and then just stuff like that, and then it leads to like them like all like remembering that Peach is still down there and all that. They need to like, they should probably go and like, you know, finish the job and all that, and it becomes like a big thing because it's starting to spread throughout the whole kingdom and all that. I feel like that would be cool.
Yeah, true.
Because like the Doomsday episode in the Genesis arc, that was one of the funniest videos of the year. Because like of like Swag trying to blow the castle up the whole time and just nothing was working. Like, or was it the Guardian Pod? I think he was trying to blow up the Guardian Pod, but nothing was working, and he was just. I feel like having another one of those would be great.
Yeah.
What if Mr. Puzzle what if Mr. Puzzles teams up with Peach? Like we've had like a lot of theories like saying, oh, what if Mr. Puzzles teams up with like this person, or what if Mr. Puzzles teams up with that person? But I feel like Peach would be a really funny and unique.
Mr. Puzzles
like,
teams up with Peach.
Mr. Puzzles.
Yeah,
and Peach.
The Eldritch being he created by accident.
What?
I mean, I feel like it would be, but yeah.
The funny thing is, this whole thing was started 2 years ago almost, and like, it'd just be hilarious to see Peach with Mr. Puzzles, and just, I don't know what they would do. They would just like destroy everything.
I feel like Peach would be like a good device that Mr. Puzzles uses rather than like a character.
Wait, what?
A plot device?
Like much like he is the Goop as a
side.
device, or Peach as a device.
Huh.
I mean, one in after show. If I continued making those, I don't know if how many of you watched it other than Nick, but and TNC, but
I reacted to the whole thing.
Yeah, you know, at the end,
So did I.
Mr. Nice Guy, who by the way is a character who should come back as like a secondary antagonist, or whatever. But you know how he had the demonic keyboard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, an idea I had, without going too much into what I would have done, basically, he eventually would have used it, so I would have actually, you know, done something with that. And he would have used it to control Peach. That would have been something that would have happened.
Oh.
So, because obviously, we don't... What happened? The keyboard just sort of disappeared, right, in the pit with the castle, right? So it still exists. So, it could still be used. And that, right, if they wanted to have Peach be used as a device, that could be how you control her.
Maybe this whole like arc thing ends off as like a standalone episode, or just like a mini arc similar to like A Night at SMG4's, where like the cast want to search for like the keyboard inside the chasm, but like it's similar to where they went to Let's Go Visit Peach to get the star to build the castle. So like they're in search of the keyboard to like get rid of the corruption stuff that's spreading everywhere. And yeah, I think that'd be like just a simple way to end this whole like plot hole off.
Well, yeah, and also I just want to just mention what I would think about how they would bring the demonic goop. Is that I think I've had the idea where it's like throughout, since it's got to be perfect, it has just been like it has just been like spreading in secret. It's just sort of like mining out a giant cave underneath, like the kingdom and that, and it's just like entirely in secret, so nobody finds out. But then at some point, there'd be like red veins popping up everywhere on the surface, and everyone questions, huh, what are these weird looking things? And
What
then
did
I
Mario
thought,
do
like,
today?
Curtis, let me talk. So, okay,
My
just
bad.
like, so like so then if Mr. Puzzles eventually like breaks out of course he'll break out of prison, but and sort of like at some point he sees these red veins and he recognizes them. He recognizes them as that's
Oh,
signs of
Oh,
the goop.
he's
and
gone. Wait, sorry
oh
to
no,
interrupt.
he's died.
He's
no,
dead.
Macroma
No.
actually died. What?
Magario,
No,
Magario, did you
the
hear
poor
back?
sod.
Do you know what happened?
Nope.
He's
Our Star Rover
offline.
has not responded.
Did you just
He
fall
is
asleep?
completely.
Wait, what happened?
Oh my god.
He
Oh,
just left.
okay. He followed. Okay. Oh no. Anyway, so moving on to what was so interesting is that Mr. Puzzles goes over to SMG4 saying that because like Mr. Puzzles, he would have thought like, okay, the SMG4 they tend to destroy all the very very dangerous threats. SMG0 destroyed, the God box destroyed, all of that stuff like completely erased. So he would have thought, hey SMG4, you did destroy all the demonic goop, right? You did get rid of it all, and then SMG4 would reply with no, and then that'd be a big oh shit moment because I feel like Mr. Puzzles would have looked into the power that the demonic goop has, and so he would know how dangerous it is, and he would know that oh shit, that stuff's probably got everywhere underground, and so and all of that stuff. I know this is sort of like a sort of Mr. Puzzles SMG4 like do a team up thing, but it's not like we're friends now. It's none of that. It's sort of like a sort of like two sides join to take out a giant threat in that, and so it's sort of like eventually the good demonic group has spread so much to the point it finally rises out of the surface, and oh shit, this is a lot of goo. This is a lot. This is just too much, and so they have to try and start fighting it. But okay, sorry if I'm going on a bit of a tangent here, and I'll try and
It's-
speed it up here. What are you saying, Justin?
It's similar to like SMG4 and SMG3 teaming up to take down the SMG0, but then they
Zero.
become friends.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah, but instead of like, but this time I have the idea of like, what if like Mr. Puzzle, he ends up getting corrupted by the goo instead, so it prevents that whole redemption thing. Because I could imagine like this happening in like maybe like 2026, maybe.
Yeah.
Possibly. Just so we have like the whole Mr. Puzzles and Marty stuff happen and that. So like, yeah, like over time, the demonic goop has slowly been just like growing more and more, and like even the keyboard, with the keyboard being like the main host of all the stuff in that. And now I would go on even more, but then I'd start talking about an OC I'd created, and I don't think I want to go into all of that stuff. But the basic, explain it very basically. It's just basically the goop's just been spawned. It's been trying to like rebirth this creature that originated the goo in some way, and that.
So I guess another thing to talk about. So if you guys had to pick one character to do an arc focus on to expand upon them more, who would that be, and what would you do?
can I go first?
Yes.
Bob and Psycho. Just like something like they need something else because like Bob didn't have any like other character development since his redesign, and he's just been funny. That's all. Like they need.
I
to do
would
something with him.
argue since the redesign he hasn't been funny. He hasn't even been funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's...
But then for Psycho, like she hasn't done anything after her redesign. Like all she did was make music. There's gonna be something like music related, like an arc that could just help with their character development because like they just haven't seen any of that like for the past 2-3 years.
Yeah. For me, I'd probably go the same route, like either Psycho or for me, probably Melody, and kind of explain how her new normal is, since we don't really get much of her, so it would be good to like kind of reintroduce her and all that, and be like, what she's what she's like now, what does she do nowadays besides just sleep and be lazy, like what's her day-to-day basis like and all that. Like I'd probably like more like explain on like what is it like now that she's trying to become a better artist and all that, like the struggles and all that, and yeah, basically how things are without accent and all that.
I have a little like theory about the production of episodes relating to Melanie. I think they just lost the voice actor to her, and like they're just like waiting to get one. And once they do have one, they'll make a proper arc surrounding her.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they'd want to replace Wolfie Chew.
I was gonna say it seems like
That's gonna cause.
Okay,
Wolfie
not
should just
only
get a
because of the
cute-
drama that happened, there
Yeah.
might be risk. They might be
I was
like
gonna
there might be
say,
averse
look
to
at
doing that, but
Wolfie
also
Chu did do a Q&A recently though, and she did mention on how she still loves playing Melody.
yeah. So I'm gonna guess that it's either they don't know what to do with her, so they just haven't been using her just quite simply because of that, or they've they've just been unable to really get Wolfie Chew to do anything, or they thought that she might be too busy and so haven't really wanted to use the character. I don't know, but I don't think that would matter too much anyway. Like just use voice clips like we used to do with like Tari.
Yeah, someone did mention that in the chat, and that just use voice clips. I think it was Moonla that mentioned just use voice clips in that.
But you
to
know,
me, like-
one thing, I know you said do Bob and Psycho. I want to, in the mini arc, the Psycho Kaizo mini arc,
Yeah.
Bob and Melanie had a little thing going on, like a fun little character dynamic, and they never like that arc. Like what should have happened was that like Bob tried to start her rap career, and that should have been like a side plot, and that like they could join Psycho's bands, like both of them, and like that arc should have been continuing on the Rapper Bob arc a bit as well. Like there was so much missed opportunity with that.
Yeah, I
Definitely.
Wait, are we gonna notice the Gary's PvP change for like a little second?
He's
Yeah, he
PvP.
changed it to a
no,
cat.
no.
Oh, Gary, what
No,
were you doing then?
What?
What were you doing?
Hey, I've got me some Jack
We
off the
caught
loop.
that on stream, by the way. I'd like to mention.
Wait, what happened?
Yep, I know.
have
He
no
changed his
idea.
profile picture to like a cat.
Okay.
Oh,
Happy
okay,
holidays,
so that was
Jack.
actual
Jack.
thing. I
Jacky
thought
Wacky.
I imagined that.
I've been holding
where is
gunpoint by
it?
Jack.
Oh, yeah.
I changed it back, by the way. It was only for that, like
He
20 seconds.
messaged the same thing to me as well. Like, change your
Yeah.
PvP to this. I'm like, nah, I'm being held hostage.
Hey, hold up.
Okay. Moving on. Megalio, what would you do a character arc on? Wait, what character and why and what would you do?
2025.
Yes.
Well, I was thinking Aaron before, but what else could I do?
Well, that could just be a like. Let's say that can be like a high stakes, like more big thing. This is like more Rapper Bob arc level, maybe.
Oh, okay. Let me think. Luigi arc?
Yes.
God,
I can't
yeah.
think of anything good.
We need more of the focus on that guy.
We need more gardening.
And gay.
We did a gardening arc.
We need-
Gay.
yes.
No, Gaiden. It's just
Yo,
the mix of garden and gay.
Okay.
I don't know. That just came out of my head at random.
What? I mean, in my opinion, they should do a Shroomy arc, and they should do it, and it should be focused on him and Reether, and they should like explain and explore their dynamic, and there can be a character arc for Reether where he learns to care about his grandson or something. But that's just a really simple thing that is so obvious. But there's
Family tree.
yeah, and they can explore that a bit. Just do anything with that character that you made an original model for, but have done nothing with. I guess if I had to do another character, please do Psycho and Kaizo. Like make Kaizo an actual character. That's an obvious one to do.
Bro, I
Yeah,
swear,
right.
where is he? Where is he though? Like, where is Kaiser? He's just been.
He's useless.
He's in the
Yes.
internet graveyard.
Yeah.
He has been
I swear.
reduced. He has been reduced to the bottom of the character hierarchy, and he has been moved into the background.
I swear to God, this is the one thing I hate about SMG4. They make all these plot points, but it takes them 10 whole years just to fill
Yeah.
them all up to have
Yeah.
another 20 years of things like they got Kaizo, but that's basically just another Cooper in the Mushroom Kingdom. Like, bro, like they got like Psycho and stuff, and they got Melanie, they got Bob Bookins, they got all these characters. All they focus on is the main four. It's like, come on.
Well, I've also suggested do a Melanie manga arc where she tries to reclaim the title Axel Lost,
Yeah.
or do a Tari arc where we actually like explain what Clench is, and like he actually does
I hate
something.
Clench.
He
hate
does something for the narrative. Basically, we're gonna try and make him like actually interesting and not a waste of time. That's an obvious thing to do in 2025 to fix the mess in 2024. Like obviously.
Yeah.
I cannot start on Clench because I hate that character
Oh my
almost as
God.
much as I hate Depresso. Like
Oh, no.
I have a
Oh, the
burning
poor
hate for
depressed
that
criminal.
character.
I mean, it's because he's not doing anything. Like, if you
It's
do something,
what?
if he does
What's
something,
his
it'll be good.
point? What did he serve? What does he add to the series? Like if if his episodes never happened, I would be so happy.
I remember when
does.
everyone
Who does
said,
it?
wait, I remember when everyone said that, oh, Clench is gonna save the cast from Puzzle Vision and stuff. Like, oh my god, this is what this Clench guy was for. Fast forward to the movie, he does nothing.
Yeah, it's because of the
He wasn't
confusing.
even in it.
It was because of the confusing role he had in the first in the No TV episode. Because he had such a prominent role, and also he acted suspiciously. Like, and then nothing
Yeah.
happens. It felt like they were hinting at something, but they weren't, and so yeah.
I mean, they like to do things like these where they hint, oh, there's gonna be a top floor of the castle, but fast forward now, there's no top floor. Like, come on.
That's fair. Like, I really
True.
hope that we get to at least see what's at the top floor this year. I want them to finish the map and just release it.
Yes.
That's what I want.
Yes.
It's been 2
Yes.
years, and that's like,
Hmm.
Because don't get me wrong, the fan made one that we have, like it just got
Yeah.
the
The
SMG4
eye
got
artist-
bombs. It just got the bombs add-on, and that's great. But
Yeah, the eye artist, just big
Yeah.
well done to you. You just
they're fantastic.
they did
Yeah.
they did absolutely wonderfully.
Oh
with that
yeah,
map.
in 2025, they need to reference the coffee shop again. They need to reference the meme factory again, and they need to reference the flower shop. Do you remember the flower shop? They need to reference that.
Oh
again.
my
The
God.
flower
yeah.
shop.
oh my
That
god,
guy-
Yeah, like,
Also,
it's not a
where's
gardening
Mario's
arc.
pizza
Yeah, the gardening
stand?
arc is actually real.
they
Where's
need
Mario's
to
pizza stand?
have. Wait, they need to have a Luigi arc, like something surrounding Luigi though. Like
Oh,
Mario
and
and
no,
Luigi.
the one way they
just
can
mentioned
one thing to help the flower thing. They should have them move the store to the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
showgrounds. Like
Yeah.
that's an
I was-
easy
I was
way
theorizing that,
to
like,
make it easier to use that like shop. Like
What
Yeah,
happened to
like,
Louis?
and you know
Does
what?
anyone- does
Why?
anyone know what happened to Louis?
Yeah, I was gonna say that they should
Wait,
like reference
oh my
him.
God, what happened to
And
that?
then
Pizza
not
Cardboard
only
too.
that, they should move Hotel Bob to the showgrounds too.
Yeah, yeah. So they can finally leave Maggie alone.
Yeah, just so
Louis can be
Yeah,
Louis
that
can
poor
be the
squid
mascot.
needs some peace.
Louis could be the mascot of the flower shop because like ever since Coffee and Bombs was made, I was like slowly theorizing. Hold up,
Hmm.
what if Luigi moves his flower shop opposite of the Coffee and like Bombs,
Oh my
and they
God.
have like an SMG4, I mean SMG3 and Luigi have like a
I
fight
just-
to see who can make the most money. Or
I
something.
just had an idea just now. It's like, what if like there just happens to be like a fight between the two cardboard cutouts? It's just like
Oh my-
Louis just becomes a good guy, like a purist kind of
yeah.
character with nothing evil towards him, versus Marty, who's a terrorist, and they just sort of they just have like, two pieces of cardboard fighting on like wheelchairs and that. And
What
like
the fuck?
Louise just like got like flower based attacks, and then Marty's just got fucking rockets.
Oh my
And it's
God,
just like
Rocket.
a brawl between two invincible cardboard cutouts.
It's a fight between the airport and the flower shop. If you
It's
do
just like,
remember,
just
Marty
imagine-
owns an airport.
I
Marty
know,
owns
it's
an
just-
airport, bro.
He does. I just imagine just like the Duel of the Fates music just playing in the background again. So like, I could just imagine that. That sounds so funny.
Oh, dude, they should make an arc. They should make an arc for that. That'd actually be hilarious.
Oh yeah, and another thing, when Mr. Puzzles inevitably, breaks out, he becomes a reoccurring character again.
Yeah.
He should. One thing I suggested in one of my videos is that he should get a secret base, a quote unquote secret base in the showgrounds. Like I don't know what exact form it would take, but like a secret lair. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
I
This is
was
a fun
theorizing
idea.
about that. Like
Yeah,
when
you did mention that.
thingy happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, guys, should I apply for a moderator in the SMG4 Discord server?
Yes.
Do it.
I
Tell
just
us
got
the-
pinged right now.
Tell us
You
all
Yeah,
the-
yeah. I just
You-
saw that as well.
26. You have the NoFap stamp of approval. That can be in your
that's my
application.
Hell
I can
yeah.
get in. Yo.
Anyway.
Trustforms.gle. Let's see.
Oh my god.
You have
I'm
to.
gonna be the next Nursel.
Oh dear. This is gonna. Oh boy.
Alright,
ready,
What
everyone.
is your Discord username? It's my Discord username because there's display name, but then there's here it is. I'm just gonna copy this. Wait,
Well,
why can't I copy it?
while you do that, okay. So here's. So what would you guys feel about? Or how would you feel, about if they introduced a new character called Mrs. Puzzles? What would you think
Oh,
about that?
I remember that.
Sorry.
Oh my god,
Sorry.
that'd be hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I feel like that if they take a more comedic approach, I think that it could work. But if they
Yeah,
actually try to
that'd
make
be
it
funny.
serious,
I don't
I'd
find
be
my
like,
user ID.
no,
So it's
I think that has the potential to be like a funny like mini few episode thing.
Yeah.
Copy.
The
user
problem with
ID,
having
there
for her
it
for
is.
a few episodes is that it hangs the plot point. Like that's why
Guys, should I
SMG4
lie about my
does
age?
stuff. Like have stuff for a few episodes and then just leave it hanging, leaves the plot point.
Oh come
How
on,
long
man.
have you been-
But what I'm
74?
thinking, if they did do that, which maybe because Mr. Puzzles is so popular, they're like, oh, what if we made, that's an obvious like sort of character thing you could do, because of his name. But Right, what I'm thinking, like, one direction they could take that is obviously Mr. Puzzles is crazy now. Like, I don't know, like one way they could do it is like the new Joker film. Obviously that was crap, but
Yes.
but the like Joker Harley Quinn character dynamic is something they could riff off if they did that, or Bonnie and Clyde archetype, or something like that. Like some sort of story like that could work with those characters, possibly. Do you guys any ideas or?
Honestly,
I
it
don't
just
know.
I think the way that they're going to go about it is just like depending on how everything like. I feel like the first honestly I don't want to. This has nothing to do with this. It's just like I think a thought just hit my brain. I have a feeling the first episode back to SMG4, I think it honestly they're either going to do a remaster at SMG4 and SMG3 video.
The
Now that I'm
fir-
thinking about it.
The first video
Yeah,
this year is going to continue the tradition of a mundane title, mundane task that becomes something crazy by the end. Like that's what they've never broken that, and I doubt they will. That tradition.
Yeah.
Chris, what are you typing? Jesus Christ, that's taking up all the
I-
audio.
My bad. I'm applying.
Bible.
Why should you be a moderator?
Why have you got- Why have you got the loudest goddamn keyboard ever?
Me too, but turning on noise suppression on Discord should make it stop. I think.
All right.
Hold up.
Let me
Hold
do
up,
that.
I'll be right back. I'll be right
Okay.
back, boys.
Noise.
Alright.
suppression.
Oh, no, he's followed, disappeared. That's two.
What
That's now two people in this
Well,
in this
he said he'd be back.
VC
So...
dead. Yeah,
Still-
unlike McCromer, who just straight up fucking
He
died.
just ghosted us. Wait, what the hell?
I know.
Oh wow,
He
that was
doesn't.
quick.
Oh, yep.
that's quick.
Sorry, hold up.
That's much. It's nowhere near as bad as what McCromer did to us.
Alright,
How many does
I
that
turned
sometimes?
on
He just
crisp
disappears
noise
and then-
suppression. Is that better?
Yeah.
Alright, nice.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
better.
Hey,
Shit.
hey, SMM5 in chat. What's up? Actually,
What's
now he's in
up?
chat. Actually, I saw. I don't know if you guys know this YouTuber, but I like his videos. Super Meme Maker 5. I don't know if do you know him?
Yes,
no,
yes,
I don't
do.
think I've heard of
I've
him.
seen some of his videos.
Well, he made a video that I haven't watched, which was like a 2025 Wishlist, which is what inspired me to do this stream. I mean, maybe we could watch it, like, because I'm running out of things to talk about, and we could like react to it and like see if we agree with anything he says or can expand on anything he says. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, alright, but before we watch that, I just want to ask one more question. What year do you think is better for SMG4? What year of SMG4 went better? 2023 or 2024?
Oh, what do you mean?
2023.
What year was better? Well, that's no competition. It was 2023. Like leagues better. Like,
Yeah,
that
2023.
2023 was a massive improvement on 2022.
It was.
2022 had Revelations, but after that
Yeah.
it
2020
lost its
It went-
way.
it w-
But
yeah, it wa-
2023
but, like,
was 2023
it was
was solid.
interesting.
2023 was
Yeah.
solid throughout
I
the year.
liked.
They had
I
a
liked
plan.
the way it presented. Yeah,
They
I
had
liked
a
the way
plan.
they presented the mystery of Puzzle Vision. I liked the way they presented Puzzle Vision in 2023. Honestly, I would barely change anything about it.
2023 was
the-
the year they listened to the fans for once.
That's
Eh,
crazy.
yeah, they
Like,
did listen to the fans
it
in terms of the
sorta seemed like
redesigns.
it.
That's what happened.
It seemed like they
They did
listened to the fans, so I'll give them that.
Just once. But yeah.
Just once they listened to Megario, no way.
Well, no, they did.
They prefer OG Megario. It's canon.
I'm done.
Also, just really quickly, what do you guys think of WotV 2025 being a standalone WotV?
I'm fine with that.
That would be hype. Hype.
I'd be fine.
Yeah.
I've had the idea of
actually-
like where
Or
Wattby
just
is sort of,
have
like,
it be part of like its own little story that isn't too
I think
that isn't trying
yeah.
to be anything that big. Just-
serious. Yeah.
Well,
I
I'm fine
think
with
what
that.
should
Like
happen-
2023.
I
Like
think-
2023.
Yeah, yeah. I think a good idea for what 2025. It's sort of like a remember in 2017 where they did like a Team SMG4 and a Team Mario thing with those hashtags in that.
Oh,
I
that
think
was
what they
cool.
should do is like, sort of do another thing with like two different teams, like a Team Light and a Team Dark kind of thing. Like Team Light would consider of SMG4, Mario, or like and Luigi, and then Team Dark would be SMG3, Wario, and Waluigi. So it sort of keeps on that tradition of it's a War of the Fat Italians sort of idea, and where there's like there's a whole crowd of all the other characters who have supported different characters. And I've had the idea of like, what if like it's sort of thing like, what if like Team Dark actually wins, where like the baddies actually win for once? That was like that could be a cool idea, and that.
Did you just say the baddies? I don't know if I heard that or like like.
He said that.
What did you think I said?
Anyway, yeah, that would be cool. Like the true War of the Fat Italians, where every single like
Yeah.
Mario is just there. What
Yeah.
if they have everyone from Bloopersville as the audience as well as the other characters?
Hmm. Yeah, they'd be like, yeah.
The Gario's
Like
gonna
it's
be there.
2025. No.
Hmm.
And then over on the other side, because it's like Mario versus SMG4,
Yeah.
Macroma, like as a SMG4 OC.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
Oh my
Macroma's
god.
dead.
Yeah, he'd have a cameo in that. It's just also, by the way, I've got to mute.
Oh,
Oh man,
Oh, he died.
there's
oh,
three
three
of
of
us.
us now.
And then there were three.
Anyway, I said about watching that video. I put a watch together link, so if you guys go onto that,
I am in that lobby right now.
Wait, where is that? Oh, let's watch True Killer. Alright, let me visit this. Watch together. Oh, sorry, I was like, what is this for? Join the room.
anyway, I might wait for TNC and Nick to come back before starting. So, what do we talk about in the meantime?
What do we?
We've been going for almost 3 hours. That's the longest stream I've done so far.
Yeah, 3 hours, I realized that. What is Jack saying in the chat? Vigo didn't reach out to him, I guess. Wait, what is he saying?
I have no idea.
Oh, Macroma. Yeah, oh, he's talking about Macroma.
Yeah, bro, literally
Oh yeah, Jack
ghosted
is in the
us.
chat. No way, Jack is cool.
I guess in the meantime, we'll just read what chat is saying.
I haven't
listen,
really been
yeah.
paying attention, not gonna lie.
This Jaden guy says pizza or spaghetti.
Pizza?
What is your opinion? Pizza?
Honestly, spaghetti.
I'd say spaghetti because my dad cooks like the fucking best. Like honestly.
Oh no, Jack's leaving. I'm a dip. Can you all make sure that Miguel keeps talking, man?
Yeah, you
I
have
just gotta
been
keep
very
talking.
quiet in these like podcasts and streams we've done.
It's mainly
Maybe
because I
it's-
don't know how to cut in front of people. Like for example, TNC. I don't know how to cut in front of his yapping.
Yeah.
Just be
No,
rude.
bro, what?
Just like tell them to shut up and then get your point
I've got
across.
more subs than you. Let me speak. Like, I have a higher audience. I'm more important. Like, it shouldn't be like that. But like, I mean, if you've got an interesting point, it should be based. Let other people speak.
I'm trying to think. Is there anything else to talk about, like in terms of what you would want to see in 2025? Like, I don't really know what else to say other than the animation. Keep it being good because it's very good. It's the best it's ever been. Can do more songs. Because they got the Examination guys. Like some of the original like songs they've been doing have been very good, and they sort of stopped doing it for a little bit in 2024. So like do that more often.
Creative Control is actually fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, please do 2 movies. I said that already, but like, and bring back meme games, as I've said. I don't know how feasible that is in a single year to do those 2 things, but you know, maybe, I don't know.
I want to see if Mario's in GTA 6 sometime later, even though the game's coming out.
Will the game actually release this year?
Probably not. Like knowing Rockstar, they probably will release it in early 26. I wouldn't have my hopes up for December. But if that's their release date and they've made that final, good on them.
Yeah.
We got GTA 6. But it'd be cool to see if they make a video about that. And obviously there's Squid Game season 2. They could make a
parody, yeah. And Sonic Movie 3.
What if Mr.
Puzzles do anything with...
What if Mr. Puzzles?
No, don't make Mr. Puzzles host. Don't, just don't.
Puzzle game.
Puzzle
game.
Yeah, no, not puzzle game. Not the puzzle game.
Oh yeah, I think something I was going to talk about earlier, but I never got around to. Obviously, you know the remastered videos. I think what they should do instead is, you know, the SMG4 simulator. They should just make sequels and like videos inspired by older videos instead of just remaking them. Like the SMG4 simulator one was a good idea.
I was so disappointed when they did the first one because they were like, at the start they're like, oh, there's a few things we have to censor, but like, I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to remake it, but like, why remake it then like remove some of the videos to not give attention to those old nostalgic videos? Because like when I went back to try and compare the old Five Nights at Freddy's video to the new one, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
I wish they had more theme-centered arcs, like one that focused on both the antagonist and focused on the character's drive and their arc. Like it's gotta be perfect. Had a little bit of it at the beginning, but it didn't work. What is Jack even saying?
I think what he's saying basically, it's got to be perfect. What's up? It's got to be perfect. Had a message, you know, like you remember, you know, about how but it was sort of for YouTubers, and I can't articulate it, but I'm sure you guys remember what it was. But obviously, Puzzle Vision movie, even though it had many different themes it could have represented, there was no substance to it. And then the Meme Factory, because of the little character arc between Mr. Puzzles and Leggy, that actually ended up being more substantive. It had more substance than the movie somehow. Like, it's sort of objectively speaking, the Meme Factory arc is better than the movie because it has more deeper stuff going on. Which is quite bizarre.
It felt like
that
it was actually progressing in someone's.
Like there was actually a
story.
character arc in it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like that single 20-minute. Well, yeah, there's 2 videos: the Despicable Me one and the FNAF ripoff one. They were they both had.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. Like there's had more depth to them somehow, and so.
Yeah.
I guess I want to say, like, when you do the next arc, please have some sort of theme. Please have character development that's more deep than what we got this year.
And make it stay.
And make it consistent. And don't drop it. Don't drop it.
Immediately forget it the next episode.
Yeah.
I've recently I've recently
yeah.
gotten this like sort of like feeling that when like Mr. Puzzles or some character does something, they sort of need to stay in the shadows, like, and it makes it more eerie and stuff. Like, I loved the Puzzle Vision build-up episodes before the movie because
Yes.
it was just
Yeah.
specifically like
It was-
consistent and eerie and cool.
It was
But
creepy.
they
It was
didn't-
scary.
Yeah, the
But
build up
if they would have kept
episodes.
that,
The
if they would
build
have kept that in the Puzzle Vision movie, it would have been so much better.
Yeah, the build-up episodes were the only like well-written part of 2024 in terms of story arcs. Like
Yeah.
those like they immediately dropped the ball in the scene when Mario confronts Mr. Puzzles or Mr. Puzzles confronts him. Like once
Yeah, right.
once he's like the mystique of him is completely destroyed when he's immediately defeated, is like and it undermines the whole movie. Like that's when everything took a turn for the worse in 2024. Like that scene.
Yeah.
I'm also going to say that I don't get the hate towards Leggy. I don't. I think Leggy's kind of cute. Like it's.
I'm
like, they're trying
indifferent.
to represent.
I'm
like,
just indifferent. It's like, yeah, that I don't really. It's not that offensive. Like, it's just whatever. Yeah, I don't care that much. So I don't really understand why you would be so like why you'd hate it so much. It's just sort of inoffensive to me.
I don't like how some people make characters and then just like make a different form out of said character if it's not just going to be permanent. Like Leggy, I don't like it, but I like it at the same time because Mr. Puzzles has had a liking for said character, you know, like. But genuinely, I just don't like how some things can't be permanent and like it's like I don't know how to explain it. Like it's like a redesign is permanent, but like I can get around that more. But like Leggy is just I don't know.
Yeah.
She didn't add
totally
anything
character, yeah.
really. She sort no, actually no. I take that back. She assisted in the character
I'll be right
development.
back.
In the character development of Mr. Puzzles, so
Right.
she did serve a narrative purpose, I guess, but
Right.
only really because in Watfy that was so poorly written that I
Yeah.
don't know what she really added. And yeah, in the end of Watfy, this retread the same like thing that happened in the Meme Factory. Like literally, the ending of Watfy is just reaffirming what already happened in where Mr. Puzzles befriends Leggy. Like literally, that's just that happens again. I don't get it. I don't understand
Yeah.
what they were going for with that like scene after the rap. Like it just felt so pointless. Like they should have done something different with it. Also, it's ripping off 2020 Watfy 2021 for some reason. That was a bit
Yeah.
weird.
Exactly. Yeah. Which. Yeah. Also, Megaria, were you trying to say something?
I think I was saying something before about like what I really like to say. No, not that. What I really like in 2025, like, okay, hold on. I gotta go for like 2 seconds.
Oh,
Okay, I'll just
Alright.
I just want to get this out here. I hate when endings are just explosions. I'm sorry, like just when the when what was it, the Infinite like road trip where toward the end of the year after Watfy they did that, like turns out it's Marty and stuff. But then they just like grabbed him, threw him up into the air, explosion, video ends.
yeah,
And
they
they
do
did
that.
that for
They do that
Watfy.
ends. They do that
Okay,
end
I-
gag a lot. They do that end
They
gag.
do
a lot.
that.
I
They did
can't.
that.
I can't talk because I did that for like 2 episodes that I made this year.
I
It's just like
I,
ending.
I can't ride the high road.
the one thing that
It's like
clenches my
ending-
fist. The one thing that clenches my fist and makes me want to punch my monitor is that they did that for Watfy 2024, but they sort of like what I call it calmed my like anger down because they actually had a scene after that like explaining where he went, like, you know, instead of just he went to jail. Okay, nice. I'll wait another 5 months for more Mr. Puzzles. But yeah.
Yeah, like I can't talk either because like we did the exact same for SMG4 film where we just end videos with like a cut off scream or something.
Yeah.
I think that's
Because
the
like
problem.
if you're writing a comedic episode, then yeah, I'd say it's fine.
Yeah.
Just, like, yeah, but for like a show like SMG4, like since they have like a bunch of professional writers and all that, seems a little cliche. to
Yeah,
do
in
all the time.
2025, I hope they stop reusing jokes. There's one thing I've always noticed in like the past like 3 years I've been actively
Definitely.
watching every episode, is they do reuse jokes quite a lot, and it's like you should probably stop doing that. It's not the biggest issue because,
Yeah.
to be honest, I'm not really watching.
know.
I'm watching for the story. I'm not watching for the humor. So yeah, it's not that I care too much about that, but
I want to add on to that. The recurring jokes are fine as long as it's like once every 3 months or something. But their channel was specifically a meme channel. Like it's built off like episodes to be meme related, and my favorite episodes are the ones based off of memes. If they're not based off of memes and they have story, that's a like a polar opposite. I like that. But anything tilted toward the middle sucks. So like say there's like episodes focused on like Skibbity Toilet, which is brain rot. I don't care, but that's bad. But then there's like the CEO of Riz, like that's like a sort of recent meme, and they focus entirely on
no,
that.
when they released that video, that meme was already quite old. Like they're behind. Like my friend Neo,
Yeah.
he said like, "Wow, they're behind on this." Like, yeah, so they're a bit behind a lot of the time.
Yeah.
They
They
are.
used,
They
to be
need to
more
make-
they used to be more up to date.
They need to be like more on point with the memes, because I hate it when it's either dead memes or it's written poorly.
No, I'm gonna come out and say it. They're not funny. Like I don't really laugh at all. Like, especially
Yeah.
with the newer ones in like
I
since
will say-
2023.
SMG4 used to be like I will like fall on my chair laughing back in like 2019, 2020. That was at least for me.
Yeah, when I was younger, it was
just-
really
yeah.
funny. And when I rewatched some of the Waluigi arc, and there were some quite funny moments in that. They've definitely fell off in humor, and I don't care. I haven't been watching it for that anyway.
Right.
Am I the only one
You don't
here who
get to
just,
check on me, really.
am I the only one here who just started watching the latest? Because I started watching it in 2020 or 2021.
I watched it when I was really young. Then I just stopped
I-
getting it recommended to me
I-
for years. Then I came back with
I
the
was not-
anniversary.
Yeah. What
And the
happened
other-
with me?
nine.
And it's the Genesis arc that got me like fully interested into it.
Yeah.
I started watching in 2019 with my friend, and this was before I even did YouTube. And then I stopped watching after after they killed off Axel in 2021, and then I never touched it since. And then someone like I started doing YouTube and all that. Someone recommended me to just react to an episode, and then I did, and then it became a whole thing.
I'm pretty
so.
sure
Yeah.
I watched your first reaction video. Was it to the
Every Luigi is personalized.
Yeah, I watched that when that came out. I think
Yeah.
that's the first time I found.
Okay.
That's the first time I saw your channel. I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, for me, I got introduced to it in around like, I think it was 2018 or something like that when I got first introduced to it. And what I would do, I would constantly turn on and off on it. It's like, sometimes I watched it for like a burst amount of time because of like a new What feed like came out and that, and I'd listen to the music a lot. But then eventually I just turn off of it and I just stop listening to it for an extended period of time, but then coming back again and wondering, because I slept through the entirety of the cosmology lore and the entirety of that. I slept through most of it, so all of that stuff, and I even slept through the entirety of the lawsuit arc until eventually the finales came with the What fees and all of that stuff. But then when It's Gotta Be Perfect came around, I kind of slept through a bit of the arc too. But then after that, I got pretty invested with how different it was. And ever since It's Gotta Be Perfect, I have been full on hooked on this series. And 2024, that's only gotten more and more bigger in that.
Yeah. I started watching
Oh, yeah.
SMG4 when I was just 9 years old. So basically,
Yeah, I would
most
say
of my adolescence,
Yeah, I started watching
basically
around
most
that
of my
age.
adolescence. Yeah, basically most of
Wow.
my adolescence and teenage years are just going to be primarily like built up because of SMG4. Most of my thought process, everything is just about SMG4.
Your brain was rotted by it.
brain rot. The SMG4 brain rot was too much.
Yeah.
Bro. I'm addicted.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I
I've
started
been
my-
able to-
I definitely watched his channel like when I was initially interested between like 2014 2017 or something like that. I was definitely too young
Yeah.
to be watching his channel, like 100%.
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I
will
got banned
say,
from watching it at one point. I
Um,
got banned at one point.
nowadays I watch a
Right.
lot more SMG4 fan YouTubers
Huh.
than anything, honestly, like than actual SMG4. But I remember like one of the first things I ever saw, like when I actually started getting into the community, before like I even did my first reaction, I saw a video of like I think it was one of your theory videos, Dodal. I'm not gonna lie, because I remember
Oh.
you were one of the first people I saw in terms of
Wow.
Fan content.
like actual SMG4 stuff.
Yeah.
And then I actually started like watching it all again, and then at the time all I did was like I just did YouTube shorts with like stop motion with Sonic characters. Well, with the cast I have now, just without the SMG4 characters. And then
Yeah.
I ended up making a series out of spite because I wanted to bring back Axel. I wanted to keep him relevant as much as I could, so I put him in my series, and then my series was born. And then I have also did the reactions, and then both of those ended up taking off and doing really well. And
Yeah, you
No, no,
you
yeah.
sort of blew up with the Puzzle Vision movie and the Arc.
yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Yeah, you
like
did.
I
Yeah.
like I will.
I
Yeah,
did as well.
I owe Mr. Puzzles a
I'm
lot
back.
because
I do as
really
well.
helped.
Yeah,
That
because
was the cause of my first blow
yeah,
up
because
as well.
Macroma is he
did I
blew up
miss?
he blew up to It's Got to Be Perfect, and then I blew up because of
Yes.
Revelations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My channel
Mine did
blew
not
up because
blow
of
up.
the Amazing Digital Circus.
You did.
Oh,
You
yeah,
did.
my channel did a little bit as well. My channel did a little bit as
The
well.
only- no,
Amazing
Mine,
Digital.
The
yeah,
only-
so hold up. No, I had a similar incident to you, Curtis. I had an incident where I posted a video of Dorka reacting to fucking Buff helping into the Pit FNAF game, and that video has gotten like 90,000 views. That is my
Can I-
biggest video, and it's on fucking Buff helping.
Yeah,
The left
my
and right.
biggest video had 350,000 views in total, and it was titled "The Amazing Digital Circus," but only when Jax is on screen. And I had
Yeah.
a feeling this was
Yeah.
gonna blow up. That's the reason why I have 1.37k subs. I should only have like 200.
Right.
Wow. All right,
Yeah.
so
Anyway,
now
but-
that everyone's
I
here,
used to want to do those videos.
Hold
but
on,
then,
yeah, I just
I
realized. I just realized.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I just realized that I haven't explained how I got into SMG4. So,
oh yeah, I forgot
I was-
about you. I'm
yeah,
so sorry.
Yeah, okay.
I know
So I
this
was
story.
watching
I know
like.
this story.
No, you don't. I actually explained it to you incorrectly.
Yes, I
so let me
do.
explain
I
it again.
remember this.
Okay, well,
You-
like I started getting recommended SB4's videos back in like 2017 or 2020, around that time. I mean, I wasn't really getting into it, but I was just recommended those videos, and then it kind of died down for me. I guess I watched the Genesis arc, maybe Revelations. That's all. That's only what it was. That's what it was for me. Until It's Got to Be Perfect came. That's when I actually started getting interested into the show. I was like, yo, what's this? Mario Day 10? Yeah, let's watch this. And then little did I know, that was straight. That led me straight to It's Gotta Be Perfect.
And then you made
And
it.
then you-
And then you. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Throughout most of 2021 and 2, I had this like I kept being a naughty boy, right? And I kept getting in trouble. So like my laptop would get confiscated for like 3 or 4 weeks, and I'd get it back, and then the same cycle would happen. So I'd miss out on a lot of episodes, but I ended up rewatching them all. But I think I'm gonna like just overlook all of this year and just see how the fan base in SMG4 is. And then in like 2026, I'm just gonna make a video, like a documentary about everything and my overall thoughts of the recent 3 years, 2023, 2024, 2025, and just talk about everything that's happened and like my overall thoughts on the fan base and everything itself.
Sounds interesting.
But yeah, I do watch SMG4, but I haven't watched the last 3 episodes because I genuinely don't find it interesting.
There's no. I don't think anything happens in them, right? I can't. Like, so it's the Christmas one, the New Year's one, which is literally a waste of time to watch. It's just
I
it's
couldn't
just
be
a,
sorry to
The
watch
Christmas
any of
one
them.
was really nice. The
yeah, that
the New
that
Year's
had,
one
they
was-
actually
was
tried with
okay.
they actually tried with the
I-
writing in that one. And
I
then
saw a
what
chill
was
guy
the
in
one
thumbnail
before
and I
that?
dipped.
I genuinely cannot remember what came before the Christmas one. What happened before that?
The Christmas
Uh,
one.
check.
Oh no, it's the bike.
Um,
Was it the bike one?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think
Yeah,
it was. I
It was
I
bike.
liked the bike one. I liked the bike one.
It
And
was-
then the
it
one
was
before- The one
whatever.
before that was Luigi
Hmm.
doesn't need Mario. That one was fantastic.
It wasn't really trying anything
Yes.
new. It's like we've seen this sort of thing before. Like there's the crew splits into 2 different groups and they compete. Like, you know, like off the top of my head, the basketball one from 2022. Like it's literally that. Anyway,
Yeah, guys,
Mm.
my parents and my brother are back, and since I share a room with my brother, I'm gonna have to probably dip because
Okay.
he's gonna like
Uh-oh.
fuck over the stream.
Oh yeah, you
Well-
don't want him in on here.
well, thanks.
TNC and Megario know this, so later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Thanks
see
for
you
coming.
guys.
Thanks for coming on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
See
you
ya.
for
Thank you.
letting me join.
Yeah, you're
It's
welcome.
it's good.
You're
I'll keep.
welcome
I'll
to the
keep.
No Faps.
Yeah, I mean, what's probably going to happen is that whenever I stream in future, I'll probably call in this group chat, so you guys can just come on whenever you want to. Like, you don't have to ask. Like, if you're
Alright.
if you're in this
Alright,
group
I'm just
chat,
gonna leave now.
if
Bye.
you're in this group chat, yeah, you can just join and, you know, unless I say I just want these people here, you know,
Alright.
just feel free to join.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sounds good. Sounds good, dude.
That's good. That's all.
Yeah, I say that because wait, since Macroma literally ghosted us, I'm gonna try and force him to come on tomorrow when I stream, just like to repay me for like leaving without saying anything. 'Cause that's rude.
We need our vengeance.
Anyway, yo, so now that it's been a while, but TNC and Nick, do you see that link in the group chat to a watch together?
Yes, I do.
If you
Yes, I do.
join,
Yeah.
if you guys can join that, there's this YouTuber, this like I think he's only got like 1K subs, but he makes good videos. So he's Super Me Maker 5. You should go sub. I'll link the video in the description when I
So watch together.
when the stream is. Oh yeah, so do you see that link in the group chat? It's
Yeah, the let's
Yeah.
meet on the let's meet on watch to.
yeah. If you
Okay,
just
yeah, I
go,
see it.
if you just go on that, and then you should see the video there. I'll play it. So when I start
Alright.
it, we'll all be watching it
Go
at the same
ahead,
time.
join the room.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
yeah. So
So
do you-
we won't. So our audio won't become jack shit then.
oh
That's
wait,
basically what it is.
wait. Can you guys not be in here and in this website?
Okay, so you want me to
Oh.
hang up real quick?
No. Just I just want you to join the link. I don't want you to leave the call.
Okay.
Basically, what we're gonna do is we're gonna like react to it and like give our thoughts on sites. Any
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay.
I
So,
mean, I
so
assume-
what do I do here? Do I go off the tab of it that I've just opened up?
basically what you want to
hold
do is go on the link and then we'll just watch the video along together. I assume your guys set up will
yeah.
allow you to be in the Discord call.
am I on?
And there's
Yeah.
5 people here, so I assume 26
I can
hasn't
see
left
that.
yet.
Alright.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to full screen this. Oh yeah, the full screen option is like on the cog symbol for some reason.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyway,
Alright.
I'm just gonna.
See if this works.
Do we want me to mute?
Oh no! You guys can basically what we're gonna do is basically I'll play the video and then whenever you guys
Yeah,
if you
it
guys start to
Yeah.
talk, I'll just pause the video. So to
good.
basically
All right.
because
Yeah.
we all have control over the video, I think. So what I'll do is that I'll just say that only I'll pause it, and then
Yeah,
just
no,
so, if
I
you
like
guys
that. I
want to
like that.
comment, if you guys want to comment on something, then just start talking, and I'll pause the video.
Okay.
Alright.
That should. Yeah. Okay. There.
Anyway,
Right.
I'm just gonna turn the volume of the video down because I think it's gonna be a bit loud, and then
Yeah.
oh wait, so I'm gonna play. So
All right.
3, 2, 1, go. Actually, I'm gonna skip his intro. Sorry, man.
Alright. All good.
Okay. There we are.
That Melanie.
Okay.
Hello, SMM5 here, and today we're going to be talking
By the way, you guys are it's playing for you, right? I mean, I've paused it, but
Yeah,
It
yeah.
is.
the video
It
is
is playing for us.
Okay.
about
Yeah.
my wish list for SMG4 in 2025.
Doing the watch
2024
together,
has
by the
been an
way.
interesting.
Wait. Oh, I
What
did.
is it?
He said he was still in it.
What
Okay.
happened? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And it is working on the stream as well. That's good.
Okay, let's go.
The
year,
stream's
both for
perspective.
myself and SMG4 as a show. There are things I think they did great, and then there are things I hope they can improve upon for next year that I hope to voice. My wish list will comprise on both things I legitimately think SMG4
Hang on, guys. I just saw something in chat. I'm gonna pause.
Yeah.
Um.
What is it?
Oh, I just saw the guy who made this video. He said, "I have no idea how to join a Discord stream. Do you want to join the call, or
He'll have to join the NoFap group chat
Well,
if he wants to do that.
he- well, what I'm saying is that if you want to join and to comment with us, what you should do is go to my YouTube channel, go to my Discord, and then I'll add you through there.
Yeah.
If you want to, I'll just wait for him to respond. The stream is obviously going to be delayed by 10 seconds or so. So we'll
Yeah.
wait to see
I can see that.
if he responds.
Okey-dokey.
Mm-hmm.
I guess as I say, anyone who's watching, and for you guys, I'll be streaming again tomorrow. The first stream I did on this channel was with my friend
Nice.
Neo. He's he used to watch SMG4 like years ago, same as me, and so he doesn't watch it obviously anymore. And we've been sort of watching the Waluigi arc. We've got 4 episodes in. We've been sort of like commenting. I've been commenting on it. He's been commenting on it. Like it was his first time reaction, and we were talking about, just arcs and how SMG4's changed and stuff. And so tomorrow we're continuing it. We'll be watching the rest of the episodes tomorrow. So
Nice.
you guys can join
Nice.
if you're able to.
Cool. Yeah, I should be able to. Yeah, I've got the whole weekend on me now.
I'll see. I do work tomorrow, so I'll have to see.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Alright.
I
Okay.
mean, yeah. I'll be. I don't know when exactly we'll be streaming, but I mean, if
Okay.
you guys are free, feel free to join.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I don't think he's responded, has he?
I don't see it.
Maybe
Yeah.
I haven't
It might,
checked.
it might be in the process of.
I haven't
Let's
checked the
check out.
Discord though, so let me go do that.
Hold up, I'll be right back.
Yeah, he hasn't joined the. Let me actually check. Is he? Okay, he might already actually be in the server. Let me see. No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, I don't think he's in the server itself. So, yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to continue the video then.
All right.
I see two of us have gotten muted. Oh well.
Okay, so it's just us two now. Yeah, I remember like first. I think I first found you from the Western Spaghetti videos and that. I first found you there, and that's when you were doing like the TV adware style
Yeah.
kind of thing.
I sort of
And
in 2024 made an active effort to stop doing like gimmicks on my channel to make it easier for
Yeah.
people to watch,
Yeah,
because they were fun to do. But
yeah. It's just sort of but it's
Right,
just like
he's
when I was-
replied in chat. He said, "All right, I have no idea how this works, anyways."
oh dear.
I guess I don't know. What are you
Does
confused
he have
with?
Discord?
Do you
I
not
don't.
have
Does
Discord? Isn't difficult to use, so I'm not really sure what
it
you're on
isn't?
about.
It depends on if he actually has it or not.
My only guess is that his setup isn't very good, and so he wouldn't be able to join because of that. Because he uses a TTS,
I'd
so
imagine. Yeah.
I wonder if he doesn't have a mic or he doesn't have a good mic.
Which
Which I think he said he
If
doesn't.
he even wants.
I think he said he doesn't have
Yeah.
a good mic or something, so he might not
Oh
be able
dear.
to join.
So yeah, yeah, but yeah. Oh dear.
I'm just
Well,
going to continue the
yeah.
video since we're all back.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
What should
Alright.
improve upon for next year, and personal wishes that I hope are made a reality. I hope you all enjoy. Now let's get into it. Let's start by talking about the story in the SMG4 universe, and what kind of stories I'd like to see next year, be it in the form of arcs or simply what kind of casual episodes I'd like to see. Before we do, however, I want to talk about Mr. Puzzles for a second. While I understand that a lot of people don't like Mr. Puzzles, I disagree.
I mean, I can see why, because admittedly, he's poorly written.
He's messy. He's a messy
He's
character.
so
That's what I'll say.
Messily
He's an entertaining
written.
mess.
Yeah,
That's what I'd say.
that's
He's
a
an
good.
entertaining mess.
That's a good description. Yeah.
Agree with him massively, and he is probably the most well-written SMG4 character of this year.
Okay, I have to disagree with you there.
I
He's
also have
not.
to disagree
He's
with that.
not well written. He's
Yeah.
He has the
entertaining.
most screen
He's
time.
entertaining. He's an entertaining mess.
Like
That is my opinion.
I mean,
He is an
they have
entertaining
they
mess.
they do have something good going with the Meme Factory arc, but that's it. Wait, there's nothing
They
else
do.
good about it.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
objectively
it's just like
speaking.
they just can't. There's just something they're getting wrong that's just tumbling
Yeah.
everything. But other than that, he is like.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
by the
yeah.
way, yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I'd say.
By the way, yeah.
Hey guys,
most...
I actually have to go.
Oh,
Yeah, just cause
Dear.
I've been sick and I I need to get some medication in me.
Oh,
dear.
well, hope
you
you
poor sod.
get better
Okay.
soon then, and thanks for coming
Yeah.
on.
Oh, anytime.
Yeah,
Thank you so
thank
much
you.
for having me, guys. Honestly, this has been a blast.
Yeah,
I
feel
love it.
free to
Yeah,
come on
certainly.
anytime, whenever I
thanks,
stream in
boys.
the future. So yeah,
Mhm.
thanks for coming
appreciate
on.
it.
Definitely.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys very much for having me,
Yeah.
and I'll see you guys
Yeah,
later.
and thanks for
Yeah.
actually saying you're
See you, Nick.
going. Thanks for actually saying you're going to go,
Oh,
unlike
yeah,
someone.
instead of
no
Macron
problem.
with
Yeah,
those
it's
two
kinda
guys.
like, yeah, right. No, it's
Yeah.
all good. Anyways, thank you guys. All
See
right.
ya.
See ya.
Yep, see ya.
Yep, see ya.
Anyway,
Down
I
he
saw Yahoo say, "Are most of y'all using a Discord on desktop?" Yes. I mean, I wouldn't be able to
Yes.
stream on my
I
phone.
am.
I
No,
don't-
that
I
would
don't-
be impossible.
I don't know how
I
I would
don't.
do this setup without OBS. So
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna start doing like stuff like that with OBS
Anyway,
and that because on phone, fuck no.
anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah.
SMM5. I don't know why I'm struggling to say that acronym. If you ever want to join my live stream, if you just get Discord and like at least like friend me, then we can like sort something out if you ever want to join in the future. Because it seems like you're having issues or something. Anyway, I'm going to continue this.
I think he was
Alright,
well
before
written
you-
for what he was in. He
Oh,
was
yeah, okay,
massive.
okay, just-
No, go on.
Okay, yeah, I actually haven't had lunch yet, which I should have right now. So I can have it, and I'll be back, but it just depends if you guys are still going by the time I come back. So.
To be honest, after this
Okay.
video, I'm probably going to stop the stream. So
Yeah, because it is 1 a.m. for
yeah,
us.
it's almost
Oh,
1
okay.
a.m. So
Yeah.
Alright, so I'll just be leaving this call. If I don't see you again, then I'll see you next time.
all right. So thanks
Yeah,
for
see you
coming.
next time, Bulgaria.
Yeah, thanks for
See ya.
coming on. See you.
Yeah, thank you. And
Just-
out he goes.
Just us now. Let's watch the rest of this and then
Yeah.
call it a night.
All right. Yeah.
Probably overhated. That being said, I do agree that we probably need a break from the character. The ending of Watfi 2024 made for
Well, we can have a break until like sort
Yeah,
of
we
maybe.
have been getting a break. That's
No,
a good thing.
no, we can have a break
Eh.
because 2024 was so focused on him.
Yeah.
Having a break until April, March, and having him be a side antagonist is what that's the way to go forward.
It's yeah. 2024 was like the year of Mr. Puzzle, so we desperately needed a break from him, and I'm glad that we are getting that.
Okay, let's continue.
perfect opportunity to bench him for a while, and there are other loose ends to tie up in the future, so I'd rather SMG4 focus on those rather than just do.
Yeah, but you can include it because he's so popular. Like, there's
Yeah.
probably a way to include him. In
Yeah,
it.
just being on sidelines, not the
not the main
focus.
not the main antagonist.
Doing Mr.
Yeah.
Puzzles again, which is an issue I will talk about later. From what we've seen so far, next year definitely seems to be the year where Marty will take over as the big villain and do whatever.
I don't think, as I said earlier, I think he'll be a side antagonist too. I don't think he has what it takes to carry, unless he comes to life. He's not going to be able to carry his own story arc.
He plans. Given the way Mario evidently feels about Marty's betrayal, this could be a good opportunity to make a story with emotional stakes and give Mario a level of emotional depth that's been largely missing from his character since the It's Gotta Be Perfect movie.
Yeah, I agree. They did do in that
Yeah.
the Luigi focus episode. They did him well, I'd say.
Yeah.
But
Definitely.
other than that, yes, right. Yeah, you're right. Other than that,
In fact, I think in general, the stories after It's Gotta Be Perfect have lacked the level of good character writing and emotional build-up that made the likes of It's Gotta Be Perfect and Revelations.
well, I'd say I disagree with Western Spaghetti. The only problem with Western Spaghetti is that they then undone
Yeah.
all the and they forgot stuff.
It's what happened afterwards.
Yeah, it's what happened
Yeah.
afterwards.
I
And
think.
then I
another
would
thing
say,
I'd say
and then I'd say, like, even though What for 2023 doesn't have much depth, like that was still like just solid.
Yeah, that it didn't need depth.
And then
What for
and then
2023
and then the
didn't need it.
and then the meme factory tried something.
Yeah, it
but
tried
it
to be
wasn't very good.
comedic, serious.
Well, no,
Yeah,
it
it was
tried.
like-
It actually had a character arc going on. Like, it's not the best thing
Yeah.
ever, but it was something. But yeah,
Yeah,
like, I largely agree. Yes.
Yeah, and with Western Spaghetti, I think another thing that I think could just be different is just have more Tari. I think it focused a bit too much on Meggy in some ways.
Just
honestly.
gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna mod SM5. Hang on.
All right.
Add as moderator.
You're adding him as a moderator.
Yeah, or in the chat.
Okay.
Is this any like sort of important person? I guess I've just been modding. Okay, let's continue.
Yeah.
That's not to say they were bad, but in my opinion they were severely held back in memorability and writing quality due to either the lack of emotion depth or proper build-up to the intended emotional payoffs.
Yes, bad writing all across the board.
Perhaps the
Yeah.
best example of this I can think of is Western Spaghetti, which, sorry to have
Oh well, it seems
Oh
like I've got
boy, yeah.
a hot.
Hot take alert.
I think got a hot take here.
Yeah.
offend anyone, is probably the most overrated SMG4 movie I've ever seen.
Did you guys stop the stream?
Oh no, the stream's not over. It's still going.
Oh
It's
no,
up.
we're not stopping.
What?
Well, we're gonna stop after this video we're watching.
Yeah, we're gonna stop after this video. It is getting late for us Brits, so yeah.
Oh yeah.
Are you gonna stay here till we go? Or are you just gonna go?
I might just go now because my brother could walk in at any time and just follow
Okay.
the stream.
Okay, yeah,
Well,
yeah. And off he goes.
Oh wait.
It's not bad,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's pretty obvious to me that the praise for Tari's character development has more to do with it happening at all than actually being well executed. In reality, it was completely rushed, and we hardly get to see Tari actually.
Yeah, I actually agree. That is a good criticism.
Yeah. We didn't get enough. It had the seeds to it, but the plant just didn't grow enough.
I would say the seeds were planted in the
Yeah.
We Interrupt This broadcast. They could have maybe focused on it more in the train episode, and then I do agree they could have built up to it more. Yeah, that's a good point.
And then so like the plant just didn't grow enough, and then after Western Spaghetti, the plant got set on fire and died. And all that
Develops
stuff.
into the stronger person she is by the end of the movie. She literally just gets dragged around a bunch because it's Maggie's story, is given.
Yeah, another thing I'd add is that for some reason at the end of the movie, she's like portrayed as being really competent and like strong and like, and that's like that comes out nowhere. It's like I thought the whole point was that she was like emotionally and like a strong character, not physically. But okay.
Yeah, definitely.
One good speech, and just becomes stronger after a time skip. I get that a time skip was necessary for the story, but I find it really odd that the only time we actually see Maggie coaching is after she makes the promise. And I don't mean to compare, but Melanie's character arc in the Revelations arc was executed much better than Tari's in Western Spaghetti, because we actually got to see her progression, both in mastering her fierce deity form and in learning to move.
I would say that is still flawed though. Not bad, and I do like what they're doing. There is
just a mishap.
The only issue I have that I can think of off the top of my head, is basically her powers and her like control over them are really inconsistent, because obviously she has no control in the first episode. The powers appear, and then it just doesn't make much sense. So like at the end of the Infinite Detention episode, she gains limited control, but then in the bus ride episode, she's like struggling to even make the form appear, and that's a bit odd.
It's weird. Like the writing of this entire show is always like it's messy, and there's just always something missing with it.
Yeah, I'm just
that's how it feels.
Yeah, it's just like obviously like I'd say probably built up better than Western Spaghetti, but it still has its issues. Like just the power, I just don't understand how the powers work, and also like Revelations also has a problem of perhaps more episodes were needed, and we could have fleshed out her relationship with Niles, and we could have seen more training and basically more screen time basically was needed.
Forward from Axel's death, Melanie's arc had much better build-up, and that is why the Oasis scene in Western Spaghetti, as well made as it was, isn't half as earned as Melanie defeating Zero in Revelations. You have the Puzzle Vision movie, which had great build-up in being the culmination to the entire Puzzle Vision saga, but lacked the emotional stakes that Revelation.
Oh
my
look,
God!
It's
look.
me.
Oh,
I'm
hey.
in this. I'm so popular, guys.
Yeah. Actually, the thing is, but I feel like one thing I like to mention. I think there's just something like I've just realized that we always thought that the Puzzle Vision arc was going to be the finale of the saga, but when you look back, was there really anything that was saying this is going to be the finale of the saga,
Well, yeah.
other
What?
than everyone just instinctively making it out as the
Well,
finale?
no, no. It
I
was.
think
It
we,
was meant to be the finale because it was.
yeah,
We finally
yeah,
knew who the villain was, and then he appeared for this. So obviously, this was going to
yeah.
be the
I
conclusion.
think they sort of like, yeah, I
And
think
the
they
thing
said
is,
like,
it
yeah, this
did.
it was originally going to
It
be a
did.
conclusion, but then they
No,
saw like,
no, no.
oh,
Yeah, the saga did end. It's just they brought him back after they saw how popular he was. But that's why I had an issue with people saying, "Oh, the saga isn't over yet." Well, it was like, it's just they've brought him back, and really, what happens after the movie has nothing to do with what was being built up to before. And so, like the Meme Factory arc and the Watfy arc have nothing really to do with what was happening with the well, nothing to do with the plan that was clearly in place up until the Puzzle Vision movie. Well, they were clearly tacked on at the end.
Had due to a lack of substance and none of the characters progressing in any meaningful way. I could go on, but I think you get my point. The proper build-up and the well-written character developments that Revelations and It's Gotta Be Perfect had just don't feel as present in most of the modern arcs and events as they did back then. This is why I didn't mind how much they used Mr. Puzzles and his dynamic with Leggy, and why I have Watfy 2024 as the best arc of this year.
I have to disagree. Like, no, no, I don't agree for reasons we've said on this live stream already. Like, it's not well written.
yeah.
It's still has no depth. The depth it has is just repeated from Meme Factory. Like, I have to. Meme Factory is easily the best. Like, not. I mean, I would say the Puzzle Vision arc at the beginning of the year was better because of the first 4 episodes were well planned out. But then the Meme Factory wins out because it has more depth, and then Watfy has nothing. Like, in my opinion, nothing to it.
I have a bit more like personal like. I have a bit more personal liking with this arc, but that's just me. I'm yeah.
Insight
Me, honestly.
into Mr. Puzzle's character through a deconstruction, and then build him back up into a better version of the villain he was built up to be in 2020.
The problem is, like, I don't agree because, like, he's already been defeated twice, and, like, so I didn't find him taking control of the theme park to be very compelling. Like, because also, like, he just, like, it's not like he immediately becomes really cunning and manipulative and powerful again. He's just like, he doesn't take over the park in any like very interesting way, or he doesn't like plan it, or he just kills Mickey all of a sudden, like, and he immediately decides to take over the park just from one flashback, and so like no, it's not real built up. Him and I don't say he's very convincing like return to form. I don't think it was a convincing return to form.
There just need to be more content, honestly. I think they just needed to like add a bit more build up and stuff like that for it to actually have more depth in that.
And also, the whole like theme park thing comes out of left field. Like it's so like it's so like when he at the beginning of Watfy when he explains his backstory, like the theme park stuff being, oh, this is my childhood dream that I forgot about. Like it feels like it was just put in all of a sudden. Like, oh, this is in his backstory too. Now he wanted to make a theme. He wanted a theme park, but then his father put that dream down, and he went to get then he got obsessed with the TV. Like, it's like I don't know, man. It just
there needs to be more teasers to that stuff to just make it look like it wasn't just thrown in at last minute and that.
Oh, but like the whole right, that wasn't really the quest on my position. Like obviously, like the theme park stuff I was just talking about, like that. That's just a nitpick on the side. But let me rewind a bit, see if I missed something.
Finish my lunch.
Oh, what's up?
How far are you guys in the video?
We are.
Yeah, I've just came back from my lunch.
Oh, that was quick.
Nice.
We're only 4 minutes in. I'll rewind it to when you start talking about this point. Are you in the watch together?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna start.
Okay.
Around here then.
Yeah.
Because they gave us a great insight into Mr. Puzzle's character through a deconstruction, and then build him back up into a better version of the villain he was built up to be into.
Right, so deconstructed his character. In chat, could you like explain what you mean by that? Because I'm not really sure how they deconstructed his character, right, in the Watfy arc. So I'll just continue the video and then I'll read what you're saying, chat.
2023, something of actual substance? So for the Marty storyline, I want them to go into depth with the emotions of the characters that tie into the events that will take place, and I want them to truly earn the big powerful moments they are going for. Something I feel
Because I mean, obviously, another problem I have with the Waffy arc is that like at the end, like his like inner child is like you know, like Meggy talks to his inner child, and it's like the way they resolve the plot is they basically have the you know, his inner child accept Meggy as his friend, but like that's already happened. He already accepted her as his friend, so I don't really understand what the point of that scene was. Maybe you have an idea that I didn't, you know, a perspective I didn't consider, but like I just don't think it's very good at all. I think it's the worst, in my opinion. It's the worst arc. Yeah, I could try, but I feel like it'd take a whole essay. That's fine. You can make a video on it and I'll react to it
Yeah.
or something.
they
Yeah.
have failed to do with Western Spaghetti and the Puzzle Vision movie. On that same note, if anyone from the SMG4 crew is watching, I also hope SMG4 takes into
Yeah, and if you're also watching the stream, please, anything we said, steal it. Feel free.
Yeah.
Steal.
Steal our ideas. Go on. They are free to use.
Yeah.
consideration the Shroomy arc I pitched a few months ago. It would not only deal with the Demon Princess Peach stuff, it would also develop Shroomy as a character. It can also
Yeah, his arc idea. I watched that video. That's very good. Like, not only is it a good way to that's a good way to resolve two different plot points. The anti-Shroomy thing, which was, you know, sort of in the YouTube arc, it sort of was sidelined. Like, it's sort of never explained how he transformed back into normal, and like it's never explained why he's so subservient to SMG3, and it's like he's just sort of forgotten about after that. And so, you know, this would probably conclude that sort of like plot point as well as the Peach stuff.
address things that need to be addressed, resolve buried plot points we have long waited to get a proper payoff,
So he's basically just repeating what I said here.
Okay.
and have a level of emotional stakes that can get the audience engaged and high-spirited for the rest of what SMG4 has to offer that year. I would also like to see more episodes like Trash Friends and Mario Teaches Parenting. What I love about those episodes is that they are not only entertaining, they also go into depth with the characters and add a bit of development for them.
Yeah, I agree. Although with the Trash Friends, I would say I thought, you know, SMG3 sort of resolved that sort of like jealousy in It's Gotta Be Perfect. Like, that was completely done. So I thought that was a bit of a retread, but maybe you disagree.
Yeah.
I don't know.
SMG3 learned to stop seeing himself in SMG4's shadow.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like that was already resolved. I thought he was talking
Was it? I mean,
in It's Gotta Be
I don't
Perfect.
think
Oh,
so.
that's what I was thinking back then.
In It's Gotta Be Perfect, it felt like you know, he was talking about how that's how he used to feel. Like, I swear that was something he
Yeah.
was talked about, and so I feel like this sort of on this episode, it for what it was doing, it was good. Like, in a vacuum, but I feel like with that context, it sort of feels like a retread. But maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know.
I think it was more like
Karen
SMG.
saw no-
Okay. Never mind, actually. Yeah, just go on.
Another layer of beauty in the children she has raised, and both videos have the relationships between these characters growing closer by the end of it. I would love to see something like this for Melanie, or Psycho, or Bob, or anything really, although that is a topic I will get into. Right now,
Yeah, I agree. We need more like low stakes, character focused stuff.
Yeah.
actually. Let's talk about characters, and what I would like to see from SMG4's handling of their cast next year. Like I said earlier, I don't want Mr. Puzzles to be in the spotlight next year.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
We need to
definitely.
move on. We need to
We had.
something
He
new.
had his. Yeah, he
We
had
need-
his.
We're doing the same thing
prime.
for 2 years now. We need to move on to something new.
Yeah, he had his prime. He's gone past that now. We need some new stuff to go through.
I accepted it this year because they had spent 2020
Well, I mean, to be fair, like, I originally thought he was not going to come back because, I don't know, just felt like the end of that movie, it felt conclusive, and I had no idea where
I
they would
didn't.
take his character next.
Yeah, I
Um,
didn't. I felt like it was way too ambiguous for it to be.
I mean, yeah,
fully
sure, they
over.
gave him a death that will let him easily come back, but
Yeah.
I don't know, just after, if it just felt like after the entire, how do you top the whole saga that just happened, and they didn't, so not really in terms of like scale, I guess.
I think they just sort of like went for like they just sort of thought like, oh crap, we've kind of fucked up with this kind of thing. I think that's what the team saw as like some people weren't really happy or like disappointed with the ending and thought, okay, let's try it again. Let's bring this boy back and let's try this again. And then they tried it again for the second, and then they tried to do that like 2 times in that. And as we've seen, it's not really gotten any better, honestly.
Yeah.
23 building him up, and I like what they did with him, but the ending of his story this year did a great job of creating an open ending for him, to where they could...
Okay, I'll give Watfy that, I guess so. It definitely is left a somewhat interesting open ending. Where we've come up with... We've all in the stream, we've come up with different ideas for how we could maybe bust it out, so... Yeah, well, I'll give it that, I guess, maybe.
Either end his story right there,
Definitely.
or save him for later. I would personally like for them to put puzzles on the bench next year, and give other characters the spotlight. A common complaint SMG4 gets is that they don't use their insanely large and diverse cast enough.
Yep.
Definitely.
So, in 2024 especially bad for this. 2023...
It's especially guilty.
2023 had the issue quite a lot, but it's just been progressively getting worse.
It has, definitely.
What do you say?
Yeah, it's mainly... like, I'm just scrolling for these SMG4 videos and seeing who's on the thumbnail. It's mainly just Mario.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like, when it comes to the thumbnail, I can understand a lack of, like, you know, different characters. Like, because that's, you know, meant to sell the video to viewers, so, like, I can forgive that.
Yeah.
Primarily using them as background props with very occasional gags while the main characters hog all the attention. I understand why they do this. SMG4 needs to make money and get views, so they feel like they have to just do what works and gets them clicks the most consistently. It's show running 101.
Yeah, but like, sure, I think you only do that for the title and thumbnail. I feel like once you get into the video itself, you can get away with using, you know, more of the original characters and stuff. Like, they could totally do that.
How like there's some like videos that like with like, think of like Revelations, for example. That video has gotten like 11 million views, and one of the main focuses is mentally in that. So it's not like, but also people only care about the main character.
But also, like, you can just sort of like very partially clickbait. Like, you know the 2021 Resident Evil video. What was it? I forgot what that game was called, but it was the Shroomy focused one.
Demon Among is it Demon Among Us?
Something like that. Like, that was obviously, you know,
that's 2020.
That was basically no the 2021. I think, or maybe it wasn't 2021, but it's the one of Resident Evil Village. It's the parody of that. That was the thumbnail and title is sort of a you know, sort of clickbait, because nowhere is Shroomy present. Nowhere does it say it's a story focused about him. But, you know, that got loads of views, and as far as I'm aware, there was not many complaints about that. So, like, clearly, just clickbait a little. Like, I don't see the harm in that, really, to be honest. Like, it wasn't that bad.
Right.
However, there is a very obvious problem with this strategy, and that's that nothing stays golden forever, especially if it's all you do. If SMG4 only makes videos about Mario and SMG4, with the occasional SMG3, Tari, Meggy and Karen, their content is going to get stale very...
Yeah, and obviously, you know, that's the whole reason I think they sort of partially the reason why their content, you know, sort of changed beginning 2017, 2018, became more story focused, character focused, is to, you know, to keep their channel fresh and relevant. And so, yeah, they're sort of getting into a position where I feel like they need to try, I mean, obviously I said no more experimenting, but like, maybe, like, with the stories, like, I don't know, maybe you can experiment with like new sorts of stories. Just don't do what you've been doing this year, where it's like different random one-off videos which have no story, because I don't care for those personally, to be honest. They're not really doing well views-wise this year anyway, so...
Yeah, views-wise, like, the most popular video this year is Mario opens a can of beans with 6 million views. That's the most popular video this year. Last year.
Does the Puzzle Vision movie not have more than that?
Puzzle Vision...
Oh, wait, no. Oh, never mind, it has 9 million, but
yeah,
Mario
that's,
opens a
as
can
far
of
as I'm
beans
aware,
is,
that's
the
the movie was the most popular thing this year, and like I think views in general on the channel have been not doing that great. Obviously, it's not too big of an issue because it's not too big of an issue though, because glitch is now the main sort of like thing.
Yeah, they sort of like what they do is that
So now
Cube
that
has said that they run SMG4 by their passion and that, so it's not really about the money or
Yeah,
anything
yeah,
like that.
yeah,
Honestly.
so honestly, I think they should just stop trying to chase trends like they sometimes do. Like they did the Scooty toilet video, but also like just do like just make this more of a passion thing and stop worrying about views and stuff. Because honestly, like I don't see how much
Yeah.
money it's actually
I
making
think,
for
yeah.
them. Like considering they've
Yeah.
not really had many big hits this year, like views wise.
Yeah,
so
genuinely.
I would say just just focus on making good stories and don't focus on like trying to get into the algorithm, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fast,
like
and
have like
people
have
res-
like the algorithm. Yeah, okay.
Because quite
Yeah, like, get
frankly,
the
I don't.
algorithm
Because quite
follow
frankly,
you.
with the success of the Amazing Digital Circus, I don't think they need.
Yeah.
Right, I think that I wouldn't know, but I would assume their finances are probably quite fine, so they can
Yeah.
spend money losing. Well, I mean, obviously, I would, I'm not going to claim to know better than than the company itself, but because I don't know the finances, but I would assume you could run this channel at a loss to some extent, and it should be fine, I think. But I don't know how it operates. I don't know if it's making a loss or if it's making a lot of profit. I have no idea how it works. So I'm not going to claim to definitively know.
start to feel like they've watched the same thing over and over again. This is why each of SML's 3 videos per week get almost double the views on average compared to SMG4's 1 episode a week despite having less subscribers. Because SML, for each and every of their insane amount of faults, at least have variety in their content compared to SMG4. I just find it extremely
I don't know, man. I feel like that. I know nothing about that channel, but I just assume it's like because it's way more, like kid oriented because it's like puppets. Like I just assume because kids like make up like majority of people on YouTube.
I
Like,
mean, yeah. The
I-
more
I-
kids, the better.
I assume
There
it
is
just.
tons of children
I
on.
just assume it has more
YouTube
appeal.
and that.
Like I just assume it just inherently it's more appealing. Like I
Like
don't know.
I'm just glad like SMG4 isn't going straight towards the kids audience. And,
Yeah,
like,
I-
they're
Yeah,
maintaining
that's-
they've made fun of kids kind of content, haven't they? They've made fun
Even
of it.
though they've indulged in it themselves, like like obviously with the skibbity toilet thing, but
Yeah.
they
I mean,
have
they're trying
they're
to put
definitely.
their own spin on that.
I
They're trying to
mean,
put their own spin on that video, on that kind of thing. Didn't
I mean they clearly like guilty of like being unfunny and appealing to like
Definitely.
this like Gen Alpha stuff, but. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Skibidi Toilet
they
video was just,
they
like,
have been
keep
they've been self-aware
Yeah.
and they have not
Yeah.
gone content farm. So
Yeah, they haven't.
counterproductive to create an extremely large cast of characters that have the potential to be extremely fun and memorable, only to never build upon their foundations and actually do something with those. Wimpu, for example, is largely known for just being a
I genuinely forgot about that character. Like it's been so long.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Like,
What did you just say then?
Wimp.
I wasn't listening. What did you say then?
Oh, what? I just said I forgot about this character. Wait, up until
What
like,
character?
Rimpu.
Wimpu.
Oh, right.
Wait, when was the last time he was used?
Who blew me?
I don't know.
Let me search. Let me search the wiki.
In terms of appearances, I think he appeared in like the Thanksgiving.
Like, there was literally a
Video or
point,
something like that?
after Wattfee 2020, where he was sort of like in the main
latest
cast.
appearance. Oh, latest appearance was on the SMG4 Christmas Special 2024.
Yeah, but it doesn't count.
Supposedly.
Everyone's in that.
Okay.
Everyone's in that. It doesn't count.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time he had a proper appearance, honestly.
It was probably
He has just been completely he's been ghosting about as much as what McCroma did earlier today.
gross sim, but whenever that's not the focus on his character, I find his intelligent persona and his brief moments of confidence to make him
Yeah, like I just remember when like the cast in each video was like you couldn't predict it. Like that video was Mario, Tari, and Rimpu. Like that's like you never see that. More variety in like who's in each video. Like the groupings would be cool.
something of an interesting character. But they never do anything interesting with his character, nor do they give him any layers like they do for Karen, SMG3 and Megi, and that is why he is largely remembered as a forgettable character. Like I said earlier, it wouldn't hurt to have
Considering that me and Megario forgot about him, that's definitely true.
I again, for me, I've got every single character ingrained into my head at this point, so I don't forget characters really, but I can see why he's very forgettable at this
More
point.
episodes like Trash Friends and Mario Teaches Parenting. Videos that give their characters the spotlight and build upon them in an entertaining way. I also think it would be interesting to explore some obscure character dynamics. I think Tari and Wimpu or Bob and Keizo or Psycho and Karen or Wimpu and Keizo would be interesting dynamics that may even be able.
Yeah, all those sound interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
Like I feel like Bob and Kaizo would be a good one. Like there's a lot you could do there. They're both like they're even though it was like really small in their 2022 Christmas one, they had like a thing going on there, and that was good. Like the little glimpse we got of it.
To carry some episodes. I've been requesting forever now that they do a boys' night video where Mario, 4, 3, Bob, Wimpu and Keizo hit a night on the town and get into chaos. Stuff like that would be pretty cool in my opinion.
Yeah, like that could be like the mundane task that spirals out of control, like episode, like maybe like.
Those are all my wishes in terms of the characters. Now it's time for
The
now
videos
to discuss the
themselves.
stuff I'd like to see from the videos in general next year. I think it would be nice to see the return of SMG4 shorts and the SMG4 crew.
I mean,
the live stream, the shorts, honestly.
I mean, personally, I don't really care for either of those that much. Like,
Yeah.
I'm
They're
not
just there
invested.
for just ad stuff.
Like the fact
just
that
there
they've
to-
sort of stopped doing them hasn't really mattered to me. Like I haven't really
Yeah.
shed a tear.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah.
But I'm sure there are people
I mean,
who
the crew
like them.
videos.
I'm sure there are people that
Yeah,
like them. So you know, and
Yeah.
plus I don't.
I
And plus, I don't like how some of the crew videos have basically been disguised as main videos, like Saturday videos. So, like, I'd be happy for it to return if it meant those videos stopped happening on Saturdays.
yeah.
Always
but
thought
I-
they make for good content that
Yeah, I think I did find the crew videos they did get a bit more chuckles out of me here and there. I think they were a bit more funnier than other videos and that in some occasions. Like the one with like the Nintendo memes featuring SMG3 one, that one got a good few chuckles out of me, honestly. But other than that, yeah, they didn't really matter that much, honestly.
adds good moments that make the characters more likable. Although I do understand if the animators are too occupied with other stuff like the Saturday episodes or the glitched shows. However, I would at least like more interesting concepts for the Saturday episodes. While a lot of the episodes this year have had creative concepts, there are a few that I thought were uninteresting in concept. Be it the SMG4 crew videos they basically moved to Saturdays or the plethora of
But then again, just to say, like, the unscripted videos are really good, and if you're gonna keep, if out of all the sub series they had going on in 2024, like that's the one to keep, and you know, making a Wednesday video instead would also be very smart.
solid enough videos that were essentially just random things going on. I get the idea. They're making something crazy out of a simple premise. This isn't new to SMG4, but they honestly just feel like SMG4 needed something to put out for the week and they just gave us something. They're not bad.
Yeah, that's like the remastered ones. That's how they feel, definitely.
Yeah, I think in like the best universe, I feel like they'd be like, just sort of like, they do the remasters just to sort of like give the writers sort of just like a short little break because they do a lot. I tell you now that like, the writers do quite a lot in that. Honestly, they do. But I can see how they put in like a lot of work on that, and so I think it's like just sort of like a little bit of a refresher, just to sort of like, you know, let them deal with their own personal things and that. I think that's just how it is, just to prevent them from being overworked. Or it's just so like they could like plan out something, like give them time to plan out an arc and that.
You say that, but like this is still like they're paid to do it, and I don't think
They are.
I don't
That's
think
definitely how
writing
it is.
a 10-minute episode every week, or I mean, also I wouldn't know. You know, I haven't done it myself, but like that can't be like the worst thing ever, right?
It's not. Yeah,
So-
but
And they get
Mehdi did say that. Yeah, they don't have like. It could be like. I don't know.
and plus
I
like
don't know.
those remastered videos surely still require some input from the writers. So it's not like.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, but just like a little bit, just to
But
alter.
even
some of the
regardless of
things
that,
and
I
that.
still just think. I just have to agree. It's still just sort of lazy. Like
Yeah, it is kind of lazy and just sort of pointless in that, really.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like they could get a bit more interesting in the concepts of their videos, especially with the plethora of other characters they have just waiting to be used. For example, I can see a really good Father's Day special where Melanie and Boo can get into a squabble, and they end up doing a play on the "my dad can beat up your dad" trope. That would have been a way more fun video.
I mean, yeah. Do you remember both their dads? Do you remember those characters? I don't. I forgot about those.
Oh yeah, the watermelon man with Melanie. Yeah.
This is like so. This video just reminding me of so many characters I just forgot about because
I know. It just shows you how many SMG4 has made and just ditched.
Yeah.
To watch than a road trip video remaster. Maybe next year. I would also like to see more interconnectivity and build up to the arcs of next year. I don't normally like this term, but a lot of the episodes this year tend to feel like filler, stuff that's just put out for the week and not really accomplishing anything.
I mean, that was present like the Genesis arc. Like there was a 3-episode gap
there was,
between the other universe and the.
They've been doing that for
end.
like the entire time. That's been just sort of like a thing for the whole thing. That's just regular SMG4.
I mean, okay,
remember,
actually, in the Genesis arc's defense, like 2 of those, the She's Back and the anime episode in between the Genesis arc videos, like at least those actually served a purpose narratively. But you know, like there was in the Revelations arc, for example, like those college videos were spaced out between basically just filler, and so like that's always been an issue. They need to do continuous arcs again.
Meaningful to the story, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, until you have cases like the Meme Factory arc, an event that had virtually no build-up of it whatsoever. All we got was a Mr. Puzzle's return a few months ago and a video that pissed a lot of SMG4 haters off. Not to mention the fact...
Wait, what was the controversy around that?
I was just saying what to something.
Hmm?
I was just saying what to the fact that he said like that SMG4 video was full of
yeah,
SMG4 haters.
I don't know I don't know what he's referring to. All I know is that it was sort of ripping off the 2021 video. I don't know what any controversy it caused was. I'll see.
I think it might be because it's like it shows like.
Is it bad? Are they? Yeah. No. I know what he's referring to now. I think I've said this in the stream yesterday, but like, I agree it's a problem. Like, but and it should be addressed. But I'm not that bothered by like sort of sometimes inconsistent characterization in like standalone videos, because like, you know, Mario's an antagonist in quite a lot of videos, so like I'm not too bothered by more antagonistic behavior and just like inconsistent behavior when it's in like inconsequential videos. But obviously like it would be best if that obviously didn't happen, but I'm not too bothered by it. I don't think it matters too much, because obviously this channel, you know, is in such a unique position, like because it's, you know, born from a machinima shitpost channel. Like it means there's a lot they can get away with that you wouldn't usually be able to get away with in a story, like so but you know, like I do agree it's a problem.
That Mr. Puzzle's big dream before show running was apparently to run a carnival, a concept that was introduced last second and had virtually no hint.
That's what I was talking about. He's literally that's my point exactly.
It just sort of
was only introduced.
Yeah, it just sort of got thrown in there. It's just like, again, just a random thing.
Ever. That was only introduced to justify the carnival theme of this year's Watfee.
Yes, that's all it served to do.
I'm just saying, a flashback like that could have happened a lot sooner instead of coming out of nowhere like it did. Then the transition into a carnival-themed Watfee would have felt more organic. Don't get me wrong, I like the idea. I just wish it weren't introduced last minute and had some level of foreshadowing before it was revealed. Hopefully the next time SMG4 decides to give their villain an extra layer to their character, they do it a little better than this. That's all for today. I hope you all enjoyed. Those are the things I want from SMG4 2025, and how I think they can improve upon what's been done this year. But what about you? What would you like from SMG4 next year? What kind of
Well, we've got a 4-hour stream that goes over that, so I don't think we need to reply to
yeah.
that.
story,
Jesus Christ, we
character
haven't
writing, and fun time?
Yep, 4 hours exactly. pretty
Jesus
much.
Christ.
Yeah, I know.
4 hours 3 minutes.
2 people watching.
I
That's
should
crazy.
not be.
How many?
We've got 2 people watching at this
Wow,
point.
we fell off. Weren't we at 40 at some point? We fell off.
Yeah, we got to like
I
40.
think this
Jesus
video is
Christ.
I think this video distracted the audience.
I think because people's attention spans are so dead now. It's the point where they can't stand longer than 10-minute video at this point, so they all just leave.
Yeah, there's also this
But,
problem. There's also the problem that all my audience are like brain dead kids, and so
Yes,
there's no way
that
to
is
stay
the
in this
biggest
long.
problem. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also a problem with like me making videos because like for some reason videos just don't bring up interest with like the SMG4 fandom nowadays, and they just don't get a lot of views. Other than the
Yeah.
theories or like very specific topics, but yeah.
We'll have to wait
I know,
until
that's the
interest.
curse of-
Once interest is revived
is-
with the next arc or whatever, then we'll probably see an uptick in views and
All
stuff.
6 people watching. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, some people have. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I don't
when
know,
I-
YouTube's
when-
view
just-
detection is weird.
Just to be clear, when I insulted my audience, that's only most of my audience. Like the people who aren't brain dead kids, you're cool, but everyone
Yeah.
but the majority of my audience on YouTube is brain dead YouTube kids. So just look at my
Most
just look at
most
my
viewers
comment.
on YouTube are kids.
Yeah, look at my comment sections, and you'll see what I mean.
Exactly. It's just sort of like it's ridiculous, and it's sort of like a thing with us kind of us YouTubers, to where we are sort of all centered around SMG4 and that. Hence why like I've been constantly trying to post my own stuff at times to try and just get out of that SMG4 content lock kind of problem that you run.
I'm in a content I'm basically trapped in the sense that like if I ever make a video that isn't related to SMG4, then like my Sonic videos, they don't do well, but I don't care really, to be honest, because I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, other than those Sonic videos, I haven't really wanted to make different videos unrelated very much, so it's not a big issue for me.
It's sort of like
You all
it's sort of like that thing where like you're sort of in that content lock, but you're just sort of like, if you just keep going through with that, trying to break that content lock, eventually it will break up and that stuff like that.
want to
That's
see. This has been Super Meme Maker 5, and I'll see you next year.
Oh, that's crazy.
There we go.
Alright, so that was fun. That was a good video. I agree with a lot.
Yeah.
I also disagreed with some points, and as things should be. And yeah, so I'm gonna end this now because I want to go to bed. So yeah, bye.
Yeah, and I have got like online college and that. I should not be awake right now
Alright, I'm going.
in any capacity.
This is
But I honestly
Yeah,
do
like-
not really care.
this is ending
Yeah,
now.
even me, because I've just been on this live stream for like all my entire morning. So
Okay, I'm